bring that energy, bring that intensity, and we look forward to fighting with you guys. And we'll see you again in a couple years. Let's do this thing.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to 2024 Spikeball Roundnet World Championship. This is day 3. Can you believe it's already here? Jonas Willinger, Thomas Pscheit, Henry Pilliot. How you guys doing?
Very, very good. Yesterday was a good day for Europe, and I'm very happy about that.
Henry, you and I got to commentate a thrilling final. Eisenträger-Siemer, the world champions in the men's division. We saw Kunzelman and Felix, the champions in the mixed division, and Leybourne and Cutlets take it home for Austria in the women's division. I mean, what a night.
It was electrifying, to say the least. I mean, the crowd was in it more than I've ever seen a crowd at a Roundnet tournament. And Thomas, for you, last night was considerably special. Got to see 3 European gold medals in divisions where the United States swept them 2 years ago. What does it mean to you on a personal level and on a Roundnet level to watch the Europeans start to excel on an international stage?
Yeah, for me it was very special. I also obviously cried again. All of the gold medalists are very close to me. Actually, we've been through a lot. I mean, I've been to all the European tour stops. I saw them take their wins, take their defeats, and especially for Eisenträger-Siemer, I felt like that was a very special occasion because normally they are so high up there that everybody roots against them because they are, they come to win. And to see them yesterday taking the spot of the kings of Europe, everybody is for them, everybody cheering for them. Lucas opening up like never before, like taking the energy from the crowd. It was very special for me. And those boys earned it like really, really. And I don't know, I cannot imagine something better happening yesterday. And also then Tiramisu takes it.
Yes.
My girls, like, I started streaming with them on Instagram Live.
Wow.
Like commentating my first game just for the jokes, and then, and then Laura and Ramon taking it too is
It's amazing. It was such a special night, and we've got crazy to think that we still have 2 days of coverage from Worlds to bring all of you. To start today, we are diving into our squad bracket. Yesterday in the morning, we saw the squad bracket kick off, or rather the squad pools kick off, rounds 1 and 2 of that group play. Today, we saw the round of 32 and the round of 16 happening bright and early this morning, and so we are going to update you exactly how things have been going before jumping into the quarters. But right off the bat, Henry, I mean, first impressions on the morning.
Well, I mean, we see pretty chalk so far, not many surprises. In the women's division, obviously the United States, Canada, Switzerland, France, excelling, Austria as well. On the men's side, it's kind of the same thing. It's, the United States, it's Germany, it's Canada excelling. I don't expect to see too many upsets until later rounds. I think it's going to be chalk. And I think ultimately North America is going to come out on top. Thomas obviously might disagree with that. Thomas, what do you think? Do you think later on, you think Europeans are still going to take home some more gold medals?
I think yesterday was also not expected like this, and I would like to keep it that way,
Very fair. Very fair. To give everybody a more explicit update of where we are in our women's squad bracket moving into the quarterfinals, it is the U.S. team, the 1 seed coming into the bracket, who has worked their way there against Belgium, the 8 seed. So as Henry said, no surprises yet. On the other side of that top part of the bracket, Switzerland and France have progressed to the quarterfinal, and that is where we will begin the action here shortly on the feature court. The other side of the bracket, as Thomas, of course, Austria has pushed their way through against Italy. We also see Canada and Germany in that other quarterfinal. Thomas, you look at that Austrian-Italian matchup. How do you like that for your women's team?
I absolutely like it. I think that's a fair chance for our team. Germany next up will be very rough, and I think still I would love to see our girls in the finals, obviously, but it's going to be rough against Germany. And Italy has good teams, but I think overall Austria is in a better position.
On the men's side, it is Canada who has been the first team to propel themselves through to the quarterfinals alongside the U.S. The U.S. will take on the 7 seed France in their quarterfinal. Germany, the 3 seed, still undetermined who they will face in their quarterfinal between Austria and Australia, the 6 seed and the 11 seed respectively. The other quarterfinal setting up here, potentially Italy, Switzerland, waiting for the result of Switzerland-Denmark, which apparently has been a little closer than some people have expected.
Thomas, we look down at the bottom of that bracket and we see a potential Austria versus Germany matchup on the men's side.
Yes.
Those are 2 squads you're very familiar with yourself.
Yes.
Any key things to look out for, any key matchups you think could end up determining that squad matchup?
I have to be real with you. That's going to be I think it's going to be on the side from Germany, and I think Germany is going to be the team to beat in this bracket section. They face against the US if they go through with Austria, and I think they have a fair chance. But for Austria, Germany matchup, rough.
Well, our women's squad is where we will start. We'll return to the men's squad action in the semis and our 3rd place game later tonight. The finals don't happen until tomorrow, but for now, we focus here on the quarters. We've got Switzerland and France in the women's squads coming right up in just a few minutes.
I think I did enough crying yesterday. So, no, maybe not. Okay. There are so many people here that share the same love of this ball and net, right? It's come a long way. And to have seen it advance the way it has over the last decade, it's something special to me. And the fact that you guys see that same value in this sport that we are growing, that each and every one of you are part of, is absolutely special.
Teared up today just watching Women's Roundnet and the community around that just celebrates Women's Roundnet. So I am so pumped. I'm happy to be here, but I'm really happy for Women's Roundnet today.
The rest of these guys, we get to practice with the best, we get to compete with the best, prepare each other for moments like this. I think that's why we're able to do it.
This is so awesome. I think I can speak for all of Team USA when I say that this has been a dream come true. Just meeting all of these ladies and everyone here and getting to make new friends has been incredible. We're so thankful for everyone that showed up, and Roundnet Belgium, everyone's hard work that went into this event. It's been just wildly amazing, and we're so happy that we got to be here and share these memories with all of you guys.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day here at the Spikeball Roundnet World Championship. We are stoked to be bringing you the action from the men and women's squad finals.
Come on! Oh my God, they're breaking this thing down.
boys. We did this thing. We're going home champions, and we look forward to the next one. And you guys are going to bring it. We know you are. Keep bringing that energy, bring that intensity, and we look forward to fighting with you guys in a couple years again. Thank you for everything. So much love to everyone out there, and we'll see you again in a couple years. Let's do this thing.
Welcome to the women's quarterfinals between France and Switzerland. We're opening up on the B team nets here as the players get situated, ready to jump into the action. Frederick, what are you looking for in this matchup today? We've got a split in pool play between these squads. What's going to be the edge in the quarterfinal?
I mean, I think in these games it always comes down to the consistency. It comes down to the fundamentals. A lot of these teams are, traveling and playing in these big stages for the first time. Nerves, become a big factor, and when that happens, it really needs to just be how sound are our fundamentals, because when nerves start getting in the way, you start making mistakes, and that's what loses these games.
We're now day 3 of the World Championship. What does stamina mean to these players, and how can they dig deep when usually after 2 days the weekend's already wrapped?
Yeah, I would say, fortunately for some of these teams, like the game format means they haven't really played a ton of games back to back to back, so they shouldn't be too fatigued. Now, that being said, how much cheering and rooting you've been doing, you might be a little bit tired. I think that most of them will be all right physically. I mean, if you might get to tomorrow might be a rough one, though, because there's a lot of games to play today.
Certainly, there's a gauntlet of matches to play to get all the way to the finals. And for these two teams playing in the 4-5 spot, likely to face a strong U.S. women's squad if they make it to the semifinals, and that would be a tall task. But for now, we've got the teams huddling on the fields, getting themselves readied up, and I'm just very excited to see it because I've gotten glimpses of both of these squads throughout the weekend, and the energy, especially from France and Switzerland. They might be two of the most energetic teams, save Germany's fan squad, as far as the most hype supporters around this tournament.
No doubt. The bus has come out in force. They're splitting the group as half the bus will be up watching the men play the U.S., but yeah, that is such a passionate group. They run a fun Instagram page. I encourage you to check it out. It's like Brigade du Ultras des Spikes. It's the Brigade of Ultras for France, and they have a great time. They are nuts out here. You can see them hyping up the French team there in the background. I want to go over real quick the route that they've taken to get here. In the round of 32, Switzerland had the bye and then beat the Netherlands in pretty dominant fashion, as the Netherlands only brought, I believe that's 3 teams, and went 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Really strong performance from the Swiss thus far. And then on the Danish side, on the French side, the French also had a bye for the round of 32 before beating Denmark in the round of 16, and that was a clean sweep. Full bageling, 10-0. So a lot of winning going on so far for these teams, and this is kind of one of those meet the medal matches. Like, this is where you really get to the place where you play some competitive games and you have to perform. Oftentimes in these formats, because we have so many different countries, kind of different levels of communities, that there are a few blowouts at the beginning. But when you get to the later rounds, you really have to be able to bear down and turn it on and beat someone good. So let's see who's got what.
Fully agree with you there. I think the depth that has really grown over the last 2 years, we moved from through the 3-team squad to the 5-team squad in the women's division, and every single squad that's in this quarterfinal is going to be a tough out, 1 through 8. And I think, like you mentioned, these two teams had pretty good routes. The rest of the bracket looking like chalk, top 8 seeds holding all the way across the board to get into the quarterfinals. But this is where it really doesn't matter what seed is associated with your name, because all these teams have started to see each other at least once, maybe twice for these two. And if you're going to get all the way to the end, you're going to have to go through some very talented players. Of course, we'll get to join the action for the top 3 teams on our feature nets. All 5 will be playing simultaneously on the feature pitch here. And the players are taking the court right now, about to jump into the action. We've got some drums. As you mentioned, the bus is in the action on the field, maybe try to intimidate some of their opposition. That 5th or maybe 6th player on the squad in Le Bleu. So a huge asset for their team. Jumping in, we've got these observers queued up as well. They've been working very hard all weekend. Huge kudos to them and all the hard work they're putting in. A lot of hours. I know you've been doing some of that yourself. And now we see the number 1 Swiss team. We see Kunzelmann and Levy warming up on their net. A little bit of pepper Of course, Laura Kunzelman fresh off her mixed world championship yesterday with Ramon Felix. There's another congratulations to them. And she's working her way to get herself onto another podium, leading the way for a really rejuvenated Swiss squad. They in 2022 really didn't have as much depth as they do now. It's been incredible to see the development from their squad over the past couple of years, and now a real chance for Kunzelman to not only medal as a mixed player, as an individual team, but to bring her entire squad together and this whole community that's rallied around some really talented Swiss men and women to push their way into the top 4.
Yeah, that community really has developed in a big way, and we've talked about the bus. Obviously, the Swiss supporters do a great job. I'm sure we'll get a few more of them now that that crazy Switzerland-Denmark match on the men's side has ended. Could be looking to get going here in a second. I see the French fans are really getting into it.
Yeah, just to refer back to what you mentioned on the Swiss men's side, just a shout out to, if you're not following along on the Flango updates, the Swiss women obviously are about to play in front of us here, but the Swiss men just narrowly escaped an upset in their round of 16 match. They were playing the 13 seed Denmark, and they managed to escape in their 5th and final set in the 3rd game of that last matchup, and they will be facing Italy in their 4-5 matchup. So 2 Swiss teams in the quarterfinals.
Couple of women's updates here.
Oh, yeah.
Just for reference, the USA will play Belgium. That'll be happening on the side nets and the side field. And then we have obviously Switzerland-France, which we'll be covering, and then Austria and Italy as our 2-7 match. And then the 6-3 is Germany and Canada, and boy, will that be exciting. Man, the Canadians have their work cut out for them.
That they do. They did upset Germany in the gold stage of pool play, 3-2 on a couple of hard-capped games. So them being able to defend their seed, hold that 3-6 seed matchup, where Germany from the women's side certainly would be a top 2 seed. So that's the rundown of the women's squads, and looks like after all that pomp and circumstance, all that cheering from Les Bleus, we're going to be jumping into the action, and we will be joining you first on the A matchup here. We've got Kunzelman-Levy and Alt Paysan. The 2 top teams from Switzerland and France, respectively, and a little bit of familiarity between 2 of these players. Fred, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Oh yeah, I mean these teams have played all the time. Natasha, Ines, Lara live together in Basel, so they play endlessly against each other. I'm not as familiar with Levy. I would assume she's kind of in the area as well, but they have tons and tons of history and played many matches and are very close friends. So I would expect a lot of pretty exciting rallies. It's kind of one of those things where you kind of expect people to know what they're doing and expect them to choose the same shots that you're used to seeing. And then on the second court, we're going to see Dupont-Lisa from France, and from the Swiss side, Gassner and Eigenmann. And these teams, I would assume, also play a good bit against each other, but I'm not familiar with matchup history quite as much for them. And I'm sure that they see each other all the time, being only right next to each other. And it looks like we're going to kick it off here.
Yeah, Switzerland's got the ball first. And as you mentioned, the interesting thing about these players, with, let's see, we've got Switzerland to serve, is these teams maybe don't play each other as much because the way that non-squad events work is all the top teams will play each other late in the matches, but these 2 and 3 and 4, 5 teams, they may not get to see each other because they drop out of brackets. So that extra pressure of finding out how to play these new teams. France puts that serve in play. A little weak on the control, and France takes an opportunity and misses the net entirely. Maybe a little bit of nerves here in this quarterfinal. We mentioned all of the stakes. These teams are now familiar with each other. They've all played each other twice this weekend, even if not before.
Yeah, and these are the little things that really come back to bite you later in the game. You want those points back when you've got the free open hit that you whiff early in the game. It doesn't feel too bad right now, but here in half an hour when you're staring down 19-18, you'll wish you had it. Good, strong serve on the push. And they send the tracker around the back to cover the backhand, and the hitter's going to rip it by the server. Following that, we're going to kick it back to court 3, where we're getting started as well. Front rim. Now a cut serve. Well controlled, and the backhand flick goes through the defenders.
All these matches here just trading holds so far. Everyone just feeling each other back out.
One thing, first takeaway so far from me is I'm seeing pretty strong serves, even in the second and third games.
It's
fundamentals seem to be where the questions are going to lie.
And certainly something that each player can really just grind away in their off season. We see players usually push that skill farthest first, and then all the other skills need to catch up.
Yeah, especially if you are, you know, kind of in the cold and don't have much opportunity to play outside. You wind up playing indoors, and indoors is so serving dominant that good strong serve there, my goodness.
Yeah. Switzerland puts this one in play. A nice touch up from them, but ball gets put too far away. That'll be another hold for France here in our C matchup. First serve into the ground.
Today is notably colder than all of the other days. I wonder how that will affect a lot of these Euro teams running tons of reverse. Big
Yeah, they get a lot of good spin on their serves. I think the other thing that is going to be a huge difference maker is the temperature on the ball, how you follow through on your sets. We've seen a lot of sets and even some hits come off a little bit softer, a little shorter, where they've maybe tuned their touch a little bit differently from warmer days. And that means that the offense is going to be a little less clean as they adjust. So they're going to have to play and really follow through on more of their sets and their hits to get those putaways. As we see Switzerland put that ball over France to take the 3-2 edge. And we'll jump back into our A versus A matchup here. We've got, looks like Alt is set to serve.
France taking a big rally just prior to this jump over. These games are going to be exciting.
Always into the drop there.
Always good to watch Lara playing. She really hits with more poise than most of the other women on the tour.
Indeed. Alt's a little bit of a hesitation there and rolls up. Another fault. So Levy will get the ball here and the serving opposite Paysan. Levy should be the freshest. Was the only player not playing late yesterday in medal matches. Oh, but that one a little too slow to get our hand up.
Great athleticism to get over the net, play that set, and clear the no-hit zone there. Really tricky footwork there to work with that set.
We'll jump back to court 2 here. See a serve hit away moments before. And France does have the ball. Looks like they may be up the half break. That one's in play. Switzerland doesn't get all the options, but France can't really punish them there, cutting off the angle on that push.
Good little defensive rotation there. Needs to just get a little bit lower, and I think they have a pretty good opportunity there. Really high toss on that serve. Strong serve pushed. And we're going to have a disagreement on that rim. I'm not really sure what the discussion is.
Yeah, it was very quick. Maybe if the ball was hit while it was still on the net, something looked a little bit funky with how low the set was and the timing of the hit. So
I agree.
Score was 5-5 before the point. We'll see if they agree that point stays with France to maintain the lead, or if they'll give it to Switzerland.
I have the feeling this is going to be a redo, as I don't have an observer.
So we'll stay at 5 apiece then, and
run it back.
Such a high toss, too.
She's firing on that high toss. That's wild. The thing with the high toss there, it's really challenging to receive the power makes out of a high toss because you have so much time where you're just standing there waiting for them to hit the ball. The ball's like coming down and you're standing on receive like, where do I go? Do I move? Do I just sit here? What am I doing?
Exactly.
And then they hit it and now you have to be ready to react. So
You've got time to think when the ball's in the air like that, and when you're a player, you just want to be acting and reacting. You want to be doing. You don't need to be stressing over that. And what's more, not that many people run the high toss, and so anytime a player does something that's, I'd say, counter meta, you're just not sure what's going to come out of that. You know, whether they're going to pull out a crazy spin serve with all that time in the air. Little backhand attempt there, but we'll jump back here to the A-team matches. France is really taken over versus Switzerland. Paysan with the ball. Paysan, of course, plays a lot of non-national level tournaments with Laura Klinzelman.
Yep. And they've dominated so far through Europe.
Very fun to see them face off in a women's match. Not something we get to see almost ever, really, in the past year.
Really good footwork there from Lara on that double fault.
Nice reverse in play, but controlled nicely by Pazant. And the set's just a little bit out of system, and they can't save it. That'll be a break for Switzerland. Beginning to work their way back as we hit the midway point of the first set.
That set, really difficult. I mean, it looks not that tricky, but that ball has so much spin coming into the receiver, and when it kind of hits the top of the hand like that, it just comes off with so much spin, and you're moving your feet, so many moving parts. Really difficult set. Understandable to. Good drop there. Set looks good, and it's wrapped. Lips up a little bit. Someone controls it, and I don't think we're gonna have a hinder. I think the ball was by here. We're gonna think about it for a second. Really good job from Kunzelman to hit that ball, as that set is pretty tricky coming in over the shoulder like that. I said a few years ago that Lara's hitting comp is Rahul, and I stand by that take, and that's kind of a crazy one, but the way that she whips that arm and gets on top of the ball, so much more effective than every other hitter in the women's game. Really impressive. Such a big hitbox. And you can see Natasha and Ines trying to play that first rim. They don't really want to see more serves from Lara, because if she gets hot, things could get rough. There's that reverse. I don't think that...
Looked a bit high for me.
I agree. We'll kick it back over to court 3, stepping away from that 9-10 deficit in the A game for France. We're tied at 7s. All these matches very tight, very, very tight.
And no one really giving any room. Oh, wow. Again, the set there a little bit too low, and Switzerland punishes. It was the same issue we saw earlier when we were looking at net 3. It was just some of these sets are a little bit underweighted, means less time for the hitter, and also just fewer options to put the ball away.
I'll say really efficient hitting there from the Swiss. Moving their feet, giving a nice, easy set, and then just ripping the ball. Very efficient. Having a little bit of a
it looks like
pause.
They might be on a timeout right now at 9-7 after that mistake. So we will jump back into action on the B team nets here.
Looks like France trying to control the momentum in that third net with that timeout as they fall down 7-9.
Yeah, great decision after that little out-of-system play to just pause and take a breath. Now have France and Switzerland on the B net. Nice backhand there.
Again, very efficient from the Swiss there. Controlled receive, controlled set, doing very easy things. Kick it back over to court 1. Tricky set there for Lara to work with as she wraps it behind herself. Very popular shot, of course, in the men's game, the step-through backhand wrap. Extremely difficult to maneuver to with the footwork, as you have to be pretty long. Lara has the length and can kind of pull off those shots at a level that most women aren't used to seeing. However, of course, this matchup, they have seen that all the time, as they play her.
Got, oh, and a mistake it looks like from Paisan.
No, was that
might
good?
have been rolled up off the net. They're talking about it. Of course, their view better than ours. Might be a replay. But
yeah,
interesting.
I'm really not sure what she just did there.
Interestingly, France up on the A and C nets. From what we know, we saw Switzerland had the advantage elsewhere. But we're going to do a replay here.
Can't be too upset as the Swiss there to get the ball back and get to keep serving.
Livia in the wide stance.
She likes that wide stance. She can go into it the whole game. Oftentimes, you're trying to push the receiver towards the setter and make the setter set over the shoulder. That's going to feed a lot of the hits towards Lara, which they would just absolutely love to have as an outcome.
Oh, gets the touch, but it's out of reach for Paisan. Natasha Alta just didn't quite open her hips enough to get that angle to her teammate.
Really good funnel, though.
So Klinzelman will get the ball again. Last time around had a couple of breaks. And you just see the pressure that France is under when Klinzelman has the ball.
That's a
front
flack.
rim, but a great hack at it.
Oh, big collision in the third place game. I hope everyone's okay. They seem to be all right. Everybody kind of exchanging.
Looks like they're all back up and in the action here.
One like kind of dove into the prone player. Good, efficient hitting from the Swiss. You know, controlled receive, not the most challenging serve, and then a nice easy set, and they do a job, you know? Not trying to do too much with it.
You know, is the man in the suit, is that the French coach or the Swiss coach? I have to give the kudos in the background there.
I believe that is the French women's coach. I'm not sure his name, but it's a sight to see in a Roundnet field when somebody comes on in the suit.
I just love seeing the players and the coaches taking it seriously. Shows how badly both of these squads want it. The celebrations, the flags coming into frame too. Switzerland still with the advantage in this C matchup. Small step out off the rim.
Big break on the A game as France will take the lead back here. And this is pretty tight. Not sure how the D&E games are going, but here we have Switzerland up in the 3. I believe we're tied in the 2, and the French take a half-break lead in the 1.
Right, everything on a knife's edge at this moment, and that makes sense. We saw these teams split yesterday in their 2 encounters, and so this is the one that everyone's going to remember at the end of the day. Throw it all out the window. Nice point there for France.
Good
Keep things
strong
close.
serve. Good strong serve. So France putting the pressure on in that C game, trying to get back into it.
And we return to the A matchup with Kunzelman on the ball again. Oh, he's going to play that rim. Nice backhand there by Paisan. Keep them in system there.
That's pretty poor there from the follower, Levy, as she needs to either make the decision earlier to go around behind and go get that ball, or follow Lara as Lara gets caught in no man's land because Levy's not moving. Really tricky. Good strong serve, good set. Hits it through, unbelievable touch. Can't get there for the set.
Of course, when they're not under the French flag, their team name Boost and Dives, living true to their name.
Extreme athleticism out of them, always flying all over the place. They love to dive, and they make a lot of great plays doing it. Very exciting.
Great set. That was a tricky invert to find. Kunzelman sticks out a foot, but can't hook it back towards the net.
That's not really the natural shot there when you get that set from your right, and then you rip the lefty push. Pretty surprised to see it chosen there, but Lara knows exactly what's coming and is, you know, there for a bit.
That familiarity.
High receive, good flick. It looked just too low for the defenders really to have a play on it. And we'll step away from this game as Lara takes the ball back.
And back to our C matchup here. We are knotted up in a match that has really been tight all the way through.
Yeah, French coming back just a little bit here to make this 13s.
I believe Ruel with the ball. And very low stance on the receive, maybe a little intimidating. Can't land anything clean but a drop. And unfortunately, it's short for a point. And hearing where that France has the ad in every single net right now. It's a weird thing to feel like you're not only losing on your net, but that the whole squad is maybe faltering.
And a huge break on the 2 net as well. That's a really strong serve there from Switzerland. Good set. Wow, what a touch. Quick set there from the Swiss, and that is a good hit. Really love the decision to send the defender around to the strong hand, as that set would come in and just be pushed into the body. Nice, easy set.
Yeah. Strong power on that put away, just with authority. When you get that touch and leave no doubt that it's going to be your point, your break. Switzerland now taking the advantage back on the C net. Good push there. That was incredibly low. I was questioning it myself.
Wow, yeah. Good shot.
Probably off the fingertips with a lot of topspin as opposed to like a more powerful full hand hit.
For sure. We see a lot more of those shots kind of in the women's game. There's a little bit more finesse instead of just pounding the ball. Oh, what a soft touch there on the one net.
And with France trying to come back on the C, we'll jump back into near end game here on the one. Got France with the ball.
We have the one game right in front of us, and it just feels like every other point Lara is making some long run and diving and just not quite getting there.
It really is taking up my peripheral vision. I'm just seeing objects flashing across my eyes. It's maybe the set point here for France. A lot of pressure, and Lara finds that finesse drop flick. Had to have it.
No way that was good, right? Yeah. Wow, that was good. Really impressive shot there, as that is just not an easy, a lot of ground to cover. It wouldn't be Europe without a
Huge
backhand.
or French Quebec.
Yep.
Drops this one in. Nice backhand push, a soft opportunity, and Kunzelman can't get the touchback on the net, struggles with it.
Great wherewithal to make that set there, and the set being very good. Oftentimes when people make that soft touch, it's hard to give the hitter enough time to get back. She gave plenty of time, in fact so much that Lara didn't really know what to do with it, it seemed.
What a low serve. And that hit, oh, it seemed like something was a miss.
Yeah, hit Levy on the back of the hand on the follow through. Got a little bit too much lip, and oftentimes when you catch that lip, it pops up on you and you'll hit the back of your hand on that follow through.
That may have given France the lead back here. Quick drop and play. Kunzelman quick to the net.
I really hate that decision.
Lot of power.
I would not ever want to drop Lara. So much poise, so much power at the net.
The quickness and the length to get the pickup on the drop too. Of course, we haven't seen all the points they've been playing. Maybe they're pushing her back off net with some powerful serves too. Have to give that credit. So they rotate. I would guess it's 20-20 for Kunzelman, trying to get the advantage here. Nice push by Pazan. Really good patience.
Really technical shot there as you're moving your feet to the right. Pretty tricky to hit that push when your follow through kind of closes the angle that you're trying to hit as you swing for it. Really well executed. Good receive there on the strong serve. The set is a little far, and she's got just enough power on the backhand to hit it into the wind, just out of reach. Clutch hold there. They're going to get the ball back. I believe this is 21-21.
I concur. Levy trying to apply some more pressure here. Gotta have it.
Strong serve, controlled set, and backhand route. No rotation from Lara. If you're going to send the server that direction, you really have to commit to it early. And they sent the server to the left there to go get the backhand. But if you don't commit, or maybe you play defense a little too close to the net, you really don't have much opportunity to make that play. You have to go get it.
Pazan with another chance. This time going full speed on the swing. Another one coming.
Very low serve there as Kunzelman controls it well, and she's going to miss it, and the French are going to take game one on the A net.
So interesting to see a couple of those late mistakes by Switzerland, going for a shot maybe that they don't even need, going for the impossible, 100 percentile shot as opposed to something else. Critical first set for France, and we jump back into the B team matchup here. A double fault rotating in here for Switzerland with the ball.
We see just how narrow the margins are there as that game goes into extras.
First one off for Gosner. That high step, wow, pulls it by France. A huge break for Switzerland to bring them a little closer.
I believe this makes it 17-19 here as they're still down a few, and they'll need to clutch it in the home stretch. They took their timeout earlier. Oh, that's a strong serve. Pushed back. Good set, and she can't control the touch. That's a gimme, and she'll want it back. Really unfortunate there for Switzerland, as that serve is really powerful.
Being that far off net with that opportunity.
Yeah, it's 2017 there as the French will have 3 game points.
We jump back to our C matchup, also late in the set.
Switzerland having an
serving.
opportunity.
France had to have that one. And they'll get one more chance to bring it into extra points here.
2-0 lead here for France on the 1-2 net, the AB net for. A little bit of nerves here. People taking a little extra time.
Martinez puts it in play. And a huge pull under the arm of France gives Switzerland a crucial set on the C net. Working their way towards a full match point on the C net. They'll be wanting to close that one out in 2 and relieve some pressure for the rest of their Swiss squad. Of course, we don't know the outcomes of the D&E matchups. It looks like at least one of those is still underway late in their first set. So very wide open quarterfinal still. But Frederick, just early reactions. What's coming to mind here as we wrap up the first wave of matches or games in this quarterfinal?
Yeah, it looks like the Swiss are starting to find their service pressure, especially on the B and C nets. So if that continues, I think they'll have a good opportunity to take some of these games as we go forward. Obviously, the French winning 2-1. They also won the D game, which is huge. I want to see more control from the Swiss. I want to see them converting these defensive opportunities that they're getting after putting the French on the back foot. Obviously, on the 1 net, Laura needs to play her game. Like, they've just not quite had it, and a few mistakes have hurt them.
Indeed. We saw, like you said, on the B net too, just those missed opportunities. I think the same thing for the Swiss A, for Kunzelmann and Levy. Just not really firing on all cylinders yet. And of course, if there's ever a time to be playing your ceiling, it is going to be in this quarterfinals matchup. I'm smiling because out of the corner of my eye, Laura Kunzelmann had a no-touch ace in the 8-team second set. So looks like she is doing exactly what you said she needs to do, playing her ceiling and pushing France right back after dropping that first set.
Yeah,
so
they opened 2-0.
This has been an exciting wave of matches across the board for France and Switzerland. I'm very excited to jump into the second wave of games momentarily.
So we have a 3-1 lead for France as far as we can tell. And the E game's still going. Have to think it's coming down to the wire.
Of course.
I see in the background Switzerland with big put away.
Wow, we jump back into the B team match where France just won another big rally. We saw in the first set between France and Switzerland here that the Swiss B team was not really converting, maybe missing their touches when they needed to. France continuing to ride that momentum early in the second set. And you kind of can see it in the body language of the Swiss players too, just the shrug at the end of that point. Things not going the way, the ball not bouncing for them.
Huge part of women's roundnet is kind of winning the rallies. Like we talk about it in men's roundnet as kind of a, momentum shifter, a morale booster, and nice to have, but oftentimes the battle is the service battle. When a women's roundnet, it's huge to win the rallies because there are so many of them. Like, cleaner team that's more efficient on rally ball is oftentimes just going to be the winner. So while the Swiss are having strong service pressure, not winning these rallies is really going to hurt them if they want to win the series.
Yeah, have to have that controlled set. We've seen a lot of out-of-system plays where there's nothing the hitter can even do. Just getting that ball control in those first 2 touches, really where the money is made for a lot of these teams, a lot of these matchups.
For sure.
Nice power serve in there from Switzerland. France a little out of system. Swiss a little bit shaky on the first 2 touches, but they do open up the push. Great break. Need to have those and a lot more of them in this match. As we jump back from B to the A teams. Levy will have the ball in hand. Drops this one in. Nice control, very in system for Alt. Really, you mentioned not dropping Kunzelman in the first set, but the way that Pazan and Alt can just dive around the court, I can't imagine dropping any of them with much success.
Right. No, I mean,
more of a setup serve maybe for a
sure.
future power cut serve or a reverse to bring them in and then ace it by them.
For sure. They definitely want to put a lot of balls in play and have opportunities for defense.
Just getting word that France also won the E-net, so they've won 4 of the first 5 sets.
They're rolling.
A lot of pressure, a chance for them to close out the entire match. Great touch, nice soft from France, but Kunzelman's get the backhand to answer.
Tricky set to work with there as the ball kind of coming into her body. She had to rush that backhand, cut it off, and rip it. But she's really good at that, so it works out. And it's kind of one of those things where you get a lot of error room when you play with Laura. She's so good at doing hard things around the net. You really don't have to worry about it. You just pass her the ball and say, you figure it out.
Indeed, she's got a huge hitbox.
Huge hitbox.
lot of balls, no problem for her. She's a big problem solver is how I think about it sometimes is you have a set and you have to solve the problem is how do I get past this defense, and Laura is very good at solving those problems. Back to our B matchup here. France on the ball. Little hesitation fake to the backhand. Switzerland in system, but the set's a little low. Fortunate for France, Switzerland does get away with that as the set went right to the backhand flick and nobody rotated there in time. I guess the upside of those low sets is the defense also doesn't know what to do and can't react.
Yeah, a little quick set there. Not the most common, but when you get it, and it's very hard to defend. They consider playing it? No. Switzerland ready on defense, though.
This high toss doesn't pay off yet. Doesn't pay off in this set, at least. It's just such a fun thing to watch all the different players with their different, expression of how they apply their skills to the game. Dupont is back in hand here. Great pressure. Switzerland a little offset, but gets the pull by Dupont, and just like you said, those missed opportunities for Switzerland in the first set. France maybe now feeling like that should have been more of a gimme. With the opportunity to rotate and find that off net.
Got to have a rotation there for Lisa to help participate on defense and give Dupont a more defined angle to cover.
And Rual with the ball here on the third net as we get underway. Our last feature game out of these 5 on the second set. And these two teams on the C net were neck and neck really until the end of the game, where it was maybe a 3-4 point win for Switzerland. And this, like we see on the scoreboard here, winning this in 2 would give a lot of air for the rest of their squad to feel like there's hope to take down France. It's a weird thing to feel like you have to win when you already won the first set.
Yeah. Well controlled there. I like the high receive to the high set. I think that's really good for women's round net. Give everybody plenty of time to make the touches that they want. Really well controlled.
Yeah, same thing there. Nice pull.
Jump over to the second net. Things are tied up as I think France will take the mini break there. Seven-6, Dupont serving. They decide not to play the high serve. A little close, but
I was gonna say I wouldn't be comfortable. Second one also high. Yeah.
And my goodness, the disrespect to not play this,
Well, I wouldn't say it's disrespectful to not play a second fault.
Of course,
the first one, of course, maybe that's where you have to get him on the second one and say, don't you call fault on my first serve. I'm going to ace you. Eigenmann has the ball, and
She's had a lot of serving pressure so far, and she will light up the rim.
France holds this advantage, but yeah, both these teams feeling, you know, this is their fourth set now on the weekend they've played with each other. So every single break is going to come that much harder. They've seen all the serves, they've seen all the tricks, they've seen all the hits.
Yeah. One thing to note here, just holding, kind of siding out back and forth is really good for France. They would love to get into extras in a bunch of these games or just take, you know, close games down to the wires. They are already defending a lead. So not really that dangerous for them to just sit there and kind of trade holds. The Swiss really need to get something going if they're going to win, as they are down 4-1 following the first batch of games.
Yeah, that pressure over the course of the game is really building and building.
Yes.
Not for the team that has won the first set, as you mentioned, but just for the team that has the disadvantage. That toss may be a little errant, a little bit of a gust of wind that looked like it kind of tracked from front to back there. And we leave these two teams still trading holds back and forth. Back to our A net. We see that ball roll into frame beautifully from B to A. Little help coming from the A teams helping out the B net.
A lot of double faults on that B net, I'll say.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of wind.
The wind
up.
really challenging the sets, the sets and serves, of course. The toss, even if you're tossing those high tosses like Gassner is, it's going to be a little harder with that variance. Nice backhand by Kunzelman, well controlled.
That ball was roped.
Yeah, there's
got a hold of it.
There's just no answer for that when you have so many angles and you have to give her the backhand, because that's a hard shot. You can't give her the easy open shots or the push.
So frustrating as a defensively minded team to sit there and, you know, want to play points and try to put balls on net. And Lara has so much control.
What a quick point. Bang, bang. Quick cut serve back to the lefty.
Really good diving set there.
Really good hold.
Just kind of making it happen.
But Switzerland notably up a small advantage there on the A nets, so trying to prevent the A win as we jump back into the action. France really making, you know, a message. They don't want to be playing late in extras against Switzerland here. They want to even out the set, up a commanding lead. So that one's going to roll over the French shoulders. So we'll rotate down 5, down 5 for France. And just getting word on the D net, those two teams are also tied. So France is really keeping the pressure on Switzerland, daring them to make a move and take an advantage in any of these nets where they're down a whole set. But here on the C net, second serve coming. Nice pressure. Oh, wow. Just such good, really good sets. Honestly, Switzerland's C team has been some of the most consistently insistent. When they're getting those receives, they're not making mistakes there. And they're going to, they've been setting the tone, been the standard bearer for the Swiss. They need it. Another serve, great one in play. Body touch. Oh, the set a little low, so the hit was quick, but France finds it. They put it over Switzerland, maintain the hold.
Unbelievable
Huge
set.
moment for them.
Diving from, has to be 15 to 20 feet. Just terrific set there.
Yeah, the amount of power needed, especially in this cold weather, to get the ball back to net. Outstanding from France, keeping things close. Martinez will get the ball back here, looking to chip away at France's lead.
Add to France's lead. France with the commanding 12-5
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, when the team is up by that much, it makes those kind of plays.
Yep. Yeah.
It just hurts that much. Switzerland does trade the hold back, though. So we'll leave that French-Swiss match. Looks like the C teams may be going to a third set, if it's necessary.
We jump over to the one net where Laura just took a vicious ace, and there's another one.
Oh, my goodness.
She's heating up. 13-9.
Just a deadly reverse cut serve there. It's so quick and low. Hard to reach. And Azan would love to play that, but it's too far away off the roll-up.
Interesting situation developing here where the 1 and the 3 nets looking like they're going to go for that third game. And we'll have to see how the 2-4-5 pan out, as France did take all of them. So there's a chance that Lara and the third net just can't do anything to stop the French.
Indeed. That's the beauty of this squad format, that You really just need to have that depth top to bottom, and if France can close out 3 of these nets in 2 sets, take the ball out of those talented players' hands. That's exactly what you dream of doing. It's winning as that squad.
And as I look in the background, I just see holds and trading and double faults. Good strong serve there. Laura hitting on 2. This is her 3rd on 2 of the game. She's really been swinging for it. She hasn't missed yet. And if I'm Levy, you have to be happy with this outcome. The best hitter in the women's game is getting to hit.
And not only that, but I'm getting those great sets off of the receive.
Yes.
I'm controlling the ball so well that my role, if I'm not going to get the ball and get it back and hit it and put it away, is I can set my team up for success. So great system between the 2 of them, knowing what their formula is to win.
Really good job by her to set Lara up for success.
Now looks to add to the lead here. Nice cut serve. Plays on a little off net for the set. A body up. Can Levy find it? No. A little bit tripped up on the turf. Maybe a little ankle breaking off of the body touch.
Turf monster got her. As we see Laura looking a bit sheepish as she, I'll say it, botches that set.
It was not a great set from Kunzelman, but luckily for them, they at least have the advantage here still. So not going to do them too much damage in theory.
As we'll jump over to game 3 here. Oh, excuse me, back to game 1, excuse me. Where Laura has the ball again, 15-11. Man.
What a hack.
Yeah. Not often
I would hate to be a rim right now.
Right, not often do you move the set on these new double-weighted nets. She gives it a ride.
These are some beasts of nets. Oh my goodness. Kunzelman another reverse ace. I just got to cue that one up over and over again.
So much inflection, the ball coming in with a steep angle and then just really turning against where it came from. Makes it very unpredictable as the receiver when you see it starting to turn. You're not sure if it's going to keep going or if it's going to stop turning, and when it's got that much pace on it and it's on your weak hand, oftentimes that left hip gets exposed and can't control it.
And extend this 5-point lead.
Another one, well received, high receive, 1, 2, 3. Quick set there. Again, a quick set.
Quick set, but a good one. Like not one that was so low that forced an out of system uncomfortable hit. Just a rip pull.
Nice low contact point. Very easy ball to hit.
Oh, I like that fake. I feel like that drop was in play there.
Yeah.
Some good movement. Had Kunzelman, you know, using the turf against her as we've seen.
Rifled through the middle. Solved the riddle, hit down the middle.
Such a good set, too, by Levy, making Kunzelman's job look very easy.
Yeah, when that setter crosses over in that position, you really have this awkward spot where the following defender has to cover a lot of ground really fast, and there's somebody in the way with the ball moving. Makes things really tough on the defense.
Yeah, it's funny to see how your first touch can play defense on your defense.
Right.
Oh, little extra cork on that backhand miss. Good to see some power there.
We just received word that the French have won in the 4 game, the D game. They take another big break in the B game as they come down the home stretch there. They're whooping the Swiss in the C game, and the Swiss are looking to tie up the A game as Lara hits on 2 and looks like it clears. Yes, I think Switzerland wins that point, narrowly getting out of the way. So that E game is looking really important there in the background. If the French take it, they win.
Yeah, a lot of numbers for the French supporters surrounding every single court. Trying to get eyes on the E court from back here to see what the vibe is like. But if it's anything like the first one, it might mean that Switzerland needs every single A, B, and C court.
Yeah.
Which is a scary proposition for them. We're now back with the C nets here. France maintaining and nursing that high lead now into the teens. But a mistake gives Switzerland a little bit of hope, back within 5.
If Switzerland can pull out this miracle, that would just be enormous for the morale. They need it. They need a win on the...
It would be huge if they could score a full match point on the C net in just 2 games. In the B matchup here, Switzerland does have the advantage. France is offering some pressure. Second one in play. Again, that set a little bit low, a little bit awkward off the side of the ball.
That is such a hard shot as you move into the push to be able to hit the gap, falling into it. She handles it really well.
And the quick reaction, too, where the set's mostly going down to keep that hold in play.
See a lot of whooping and hollering in the background on that E game from the bus. The French.
That's trouble for
supporters.
Switzerland. The Swiss B team has really not been applying the same service pressure this match. I think both of them have been double faulting a fair bit more, unfortunately. Nice backhand in play for France. A great push to respond. Wow, not a lot of angle there, not a lot of net.
Yeah, very technical shot. She's executing it over and over again. At this point, if I'm the French defense, I would be defending it pretty aggressively. I think this is 1916 here now.
I believe you're right. Great hole for France.
Really, authoritative backhand there. Looks really confident.
Keeps alive the hope of putting away the B matchup in 2 as we return to the A net. Kunzelman with the ball, looking to serve and push this net to a third set.
Wow. Lefty fake, righty fake, lefty fake to the reverse. Good little combo there. Hilariously, Natasha fell behind and was just waiting for the reverse.
Yeah, sometimes you have your sequence in mind of what you want to throw at a receiver, and you just get lost in the sauce is what Canada's coach, Adrian Garcia, said to, in systems, Blake Bozak yesterday.
Yep.
Sometimes, just grip it and rip it can be the simplest way to get a good break when you've got the serves in the bag. No need for the fanciness. And so it's going to have to be 4 breaks in a row to push extra points for Natasha Alt.
Looking for that left. I would imagine we see a rip here, as we need, when you're down a bunch, you want to increase the variance in a match. And
what's more, you're up a game too.
As well, yeah.
Yeah.
She does swing. Easily controlled by Lara. I don't think this should be a redo.
No, it doesn't look like it. The quick touch into Lara, but Paisan did not have a play on it. So we will see a third set on the A net, save for a 3-0 match score if France can put on 3 points.
And it looks like the Swiss will hold in game 2 on the 2 net, so we will definitely get a third game from these top nets.
Which is everything I wanted.
Oh, for sure.
What a treat. And I believe the C matchup is the last active net in their second set here. So we will jump back there. Last we checked in, France still had a nice lead. And they do it. This may be set point for Martinez serving. Nice in-step lefty. Ooh.
Good hack there.
I haven't seen many of those from her today. Switzerland getting very low on the receive. Oh, nearly the soft touch opportunity.
Really hard hands play to make there to find you kind of that poise for that set.
Now the mirror image of what we just saw on the A nets, where France was trying to prevent game 3.
Right.
Now Switzerland, the same score, same task.
Need a handful.
Yeah.
Winds and delivers. Good receive. Great set there. And that ball is bombed out of play. Good strong chorn there.
Awesome finish from France. Yeah, evens out. Now our A, B, and C nets are all even 1 set apiece. France does have the 1 match point from the D net. We are waiting to see how the E matchup shakes out. We might go into this third set for the A, B, and C. And depending how that E net finishes, France may be up 2-0. We may need a full reverse sweep from Switzerland on the A, B, and C nets, which of course is possible. They've all won a set. But wow. Lot of nerves. Very nervy matchup here for Switzerland going to the third set. And our third sets, love when these players play quick. They're already underway on the B net as we've got the first serve in. France has the ball. First one is going to be into the rim. a lot of hold ball here on our B net. So it'll be curious to see who has a little bit of gas in the tank to really push for an early lead. Nice power serve off Eigenmann. And the backhand flick between the defenders. Great finish from France. Our A and B nets now underway in the third set. And the E net, for those wondering, still in their second set. So that second match point could be pending, could be coming in. If I'm Switzerland, I'm playing like I need every single net here, though. I'm playing like I'm already down 2.
Interesting set of touches there. I'm not
Yeah.
really sure.
Some shaky passing to be sure.
Switzerland will take that point.
Yeah.
Again, that hard push, like that little push shot, really tricky to execute, and we see the French adjusting for it. She's a little too close and forced to play the body.
Oh, weaker hit there, rolls up, and backhand punishes Switzerland, making a little statement early in game 3.
Settling in nicely, it seems. As our number 1 match is underway. Natasha with the ball. I would imagine it's 1-0 here.
Couldn't be much higher. Oh, little offset. That hitbox not quite that big for Kunzelmann, as France will punish the miss set and off-net hit, taking an early break.
2-1 here for the French. Nice little defensive play there. Get the body up. That ball came nice and high off of Laura's hand. So to go up with it there, she did a good job to square it up.
Oh, hit
that
may have
sounded
been
like
off the rim. Yeah,
it was indeed.
Just unfortunate that the set looked so casual from Kunzelmann, but it was right over the net. Great chance to finish.
Seems like a lack of concentration there.
Yeah, definitely not nerves on this A net as much as we've seen on maybe the B net, where there's some weaker sets. That is
have to think.
Got to be some mental fatigue, I would guess, or maybe the legs are not firing in that same timing. Kunzelmann looking very comfortable still, as always, on the back end.
I mean, this is kind of one of these weird spots where you design a defense to get that touch. You send Paisan around the corner, onto the backhand, and then Laura beats you. And now you're sitting here running a defense designed to get this touch, missing that touch, and what are we doing?
Giving up something else.
So, really tricky
trying their best is what they're doing, I think. And it's just such a hard task when an offensive player is this good and is this controlled with their set.
Yes.
I have to continue crediting. It's a two-person offense. Levy has been money with the sets
really
all
has.
match.
Really has. We'll go over to the third net as they're just beginning their third game. Stepping away, it looks like we have pretty tight openings to all these games, with the Swiss having taken that break in the 2 and down the breaks in the 1. It is 0-0 to start this game as we're about to get going.
Always is. Switzerland's going to have to serve. Great power on that.
Yeah.
Oh, almost a touch gets up, but off the fingertips instead, stays low.
I see a lot of bodies on the offhand here. We see that occasionally in men's when you have really strong off-net or long ball hitters, even on the weaker side. But I'm surprised to see so many women's players trying to play body on the offhand or on the backhand.
They're trying to cut those angles, and we see, again, defenders still up close. This one, a pull. Switzerland.
Laura
trying to find
rolling
an early
on
lead.
that A net.
Oh, okay.
Back-to-back
love that for Switzerland. They're going to need it. And confirming the E net, you see on the scoreboard on the screen here, 2-0 for France as well. So the situation we hypothesized, France up 2 match points to 0, trying to win that full matchbook.
Yep.
And Switzerland, if they want to see the semifinals, it will mean a 3-0 reverse sweep on these 3 nets.
France looking for any of them. Don't care which one, we'll take it. As I'm sure the bus will start moving over.
Not a time to be picky. And we've got the slight advantage here for the French, 2-1, and the A and B nets are all tied up as well. So the pressure goes both ways when it's a third set, of course.
Yes. And of course, once again, and this only increases as we get to this game 3, the French are very happy to just trade breaks, or excuse me, trade holds back and forth to the extras and take the variance, as they have 3 games, 3 opportunities to play with. So If they can just keep these games close, they're going to be in great shape.
Wow, great touch there from French.
Yep.
What a good defensive play. Nice up. It's interesting, they've been playing such good offense, and the defense has really come alive when they can get the Swiss out of system. But the serve percentage has been the really big lever they haven't pulled. Their serve percentage struggling a fair bit to apply pressure consistently. Body block on the A net there, but in the no-hit zone. Good finish there from the Swiss.
Good trajectory.
Yeah, great height on a lot of these finishes.
Yeah.
Noting that the defenders are maybe a little early to some of these spots, and they're just picking and choosing how they want to tackle the net, solve the problem, as it were. So we're still tied here for Switzerland. And another double fault, so France will maintain the advantage by 1 point on the B nets. And over on the A nets, France also has a 1 point advantage. Paisan hoping to extend it here.
2 quick touch rallies that both go the way of the French. Ines and Natasha looking very confident at this point.
In step. Rolls up, but Swiss wants to see another one.
I mean, if you know the next one's going to be the drop, got to be happy to see another one. There's that drop. Lara flicking on 2.
Oh my goodness.
Gosh,
you talk about not respecting the serve if you're going to play that second serve.
Respect the hitter at least.
Gotta respect the 2 there. It's so much harder when Lara goes for that quick 2 on a drop. There's almost no time.
Right.
For Alt to rotate around Levy and even have a chance.
I will say she did a good job rotating around, and then Lara had an even better shot than she expected.
Oh no, missed set there. It was really high, and the follow through just didn't get the ball back up. So we're tied up now again on our A net 8 apiece. Kunzelman would love another opportunity to serve. Happy to have that gift of a point.
Looking for that cut serve. Really going down the channel there. Not really using the middle of the net. She wants to hit the banger.
If there was ever a time to do it, it's when your back's against the wall as a squad. Nice reverse in play. Alt recovers nicely. Good pull by Paisan. Keeps the advantage there for France.
Classic Schweppes throw pull.
Sure.
Get the whole body into it.
Yeah, that you can carry that hit, so why not?
Yank it around the corner.
Jumping back to our C net here, we see France sent running.
6-4 for France here.
Or maybe in the hold now back for Switzerland to take the ball back. So just within 1 here. First one to the rim. The Swiss have had a fair bit of service pressure here. This one just put in play. Nice control. A touch opportunity. A little off net, and they can't get their feet under them for the hit.
Really
Gonna want that back.
Really good poise from the soft toucher to make that set.
Yeah, it's a very hard one. Backtracking.
Over the head.
Couldn't really drop a shoulder to shuffle back or anything. And still gives their teammate a chance, but those chances are going to be few and far between for Switzerland. They're going to want it back. France sent running this time. Great backhand trajectory.
I love to see that invert right there, where you kind of come over the shoulder and use the whole body into it. Really powerful there. Not many players running that shot anymore.
So they're trying to knot it up here on the C net. Pivot serve. Nice control by Roll. And great pull. And these teams kind of trading some really just steady offense back and forth. The offensive pressure not quite meeting the skill and touch that these teams have offensively.
Yeah, I think they've all kind of cleaned it up just a little bit, and they're finding their side outs. Look to see if somebody can get hot from the service line to kind of break the game open.
Ooh, nice drop. Forced another backhand hit and a push. Oh, she'd over-rotated there on the pull. Thought it was going to be more of a backhand pull and gets beat on the fingertips.
Kind of a weird swing there where she comes over the top and then kind of lets up on it and hits the backhand flick there out of the invert swing. Really cool. I like that.
Backhand into the rim.
As we jump back over to the A game.
Looks like we may be about tied. France should have the advantage on Levy serving odd. This one just put in play. Oh, and Kunzelman nearly closes the space there, but had rotated a little bit too far to the backhand and couldn't get back in time.
Good low shot there. Any more height on that ball, and the arm bar from Levy comes into play. Any more pull on that ball, and you're hitting it to Kunzelman. So really threads the needle there when you think about it.
Indeed. France does maintain the advantage. And like you mentioned, they're going to love to just push deeper and deeper into this match. Raise the temperature on Switzerland. That set a little bit off from Levy, but it was still inside the cylinder, so Kunzelman was able to react. Unfortunate for them, France couldn't react as quickly on defense. Kunzelman gets the ball back. Nice reverse. Better receive. Quick set. Push. Goodbye. France, like you said, just kind of threading needles here on some of their shots, some of their sets even, to maintain their advantage. No thanks on that one, says Switzerland.
We're back on this 2-net here where the Swiss have a narrow lead as Lisa will line up. I have the feeling we're about to see the backhand.
I would agree. But not before a few hesitation fakes. Oh, would have had us, but it's a roll-up. Okay.
You likely hear the bus in the background cheering on Ines and Natasha in the A match.
And louder and louder. I wonder if the French men are done with their quarterfinals matchup. We might be getting the reinforcements.
They are in fact done. They have lost to the Americans.
I see. So France's squad medal hopes now falling squarely on their women's squad,
who have a commanding 2-0 lead coming down the home stretch. Most of these games looking pretty tight, and they're very happy to take 3 close games up to the line, as they only need 1. And I believe they have that narrow lead in game 3.
On the B net they do, and they have this slight advantage here on the A net as we rejoin action. Levy serves a roll up. That's going to be a double fault.
14-all here.
Steps out for Pazan. Such a low serve toss, and it's going to be an ace. That'll be the advantage back for France.
Wait, I think we have a side pocket call, and I think it's correct. Ball looked like it turned into the side pocket and then kind of turned back out of the side pocket.
Okay, so yeah, that reverse cut spin going against the left third.
Yeah.
Be no good, so we'll get a second serve from Pazan.
Lower hits on 2. So quick.
Tapping on a not drop worthy like ace, an ace worthy drop.
Right.
Against Switzerland feels almost like a double fault to me.
And so bold to Flora just rip into 2 defenders. I don't know that I love that decision, but obviously it works out. When you come down to the
it's okay to be results oriented at that point. I mean, yeah, for Kunzelman, she has been daring them all game to pick up the 2, and they have not been taking her up on that offer.
I believe the Swiss have taken a timeout in game 3.
Okay.
As I saw a lot of French excitement in the background there.
And a huge miss hit there. A little off net for Switzerland means France is clawing back closer.
As Laura hits on 2 again and dumps it right into Natasha. Can't quite control it there on the A-net.
Lisa with the ball again. This may be tied with the backhand coming in.
There's the backhand. We know that stance.
Second serve just on. Oh, Switzerland going for the 2, and wow. France not ready for it. Maybe a hinder discussion about just where players were on the net is what it looks like to me, because that hit came at such a funky time, and Dupont was behind Eigenmann, trying to come back as she had rotated around for the 3rd hit, hypothetically. Bang, bang play. As we jump back into our action on the C net, France maintaining a steady lead.
Timeout on the A-net from the French. as Laura hit another ace. But France looking not quite in command, but starting to pull away here, and that could be the dagger, because they only need one more to seal this.
High toss coming. Off the rim, though.
A few of them running this high toss.
Yeah. It's the program. A lot of time between points here. Not sure if they were discussing something there. Gonna be
Really
roll
high
up
there.
second serve. Coming in from the quarterfinals across the field, we've got Germany taking down Canada. You know, avenging that matchup from their gold stage pool play.
Yeah, mild upset there on the
Germany on the bracket, but Germany, of course,
Right.
coming in as really one of the favorites to win this whole thing.
Yeah.
Defending their silver medal position from 2022. And you know, the German players all weekend showing that doubting them or calling them the underdogs is probably a mistake. But a great result for them and a tough out for Canada. Back on the A court after our timeout here. Switzerland is inching closer to at least one match point. Gonna play that one. Wow. There's I felt like an eternity between the first touch and the second.
Yes, it did.
And the way that Laura got to the ball so early, it looked like she was about to call it off.
Huge break on the B game as we get the full celebratory fist pump out of Lisa.
Yeah, the French looking very in control on the B and C nets while we watch the Swiss A team, maybe in vain, trying to score at least one match point against France.
I think France is going to take this one to the house here in the C game.
What an effort by Pazan there, throwing her whole body out.
A little bit of a late rotation and trying to make up for it there at the end. As Laura will miss that first reverse. Match point one here. And that will seal it. The Swiss are on the board. 2-1. They need two comebacks in the B and C games as the big crowd is forming around the C game and the B game comes back from the timeout. But plenty of heralds for Lara as she will successfully win another match this weekend for Switzerland. Good strong serve there, and the French have another break. And they have a winning lead now, 17-15 coming down.
Dupont now wanting to put a nail in the coffin.
This would be the dagger.
Oh no. We've seen some of these sets be a little out of system for Switzerland and they were getting away with them, but this time it's just straight to the ground, a fatal error.
As the nerves build up, the errors build up, and we see the French commentators coming towards the field as they're ready for it. They know it's coming.
You mentioned the build-up of the players. I'm talking about the build-up of the crowd right now as this bus is about to leave the station, Frederick.
19-15.
Another weak receive. Need to have that save. Oh, no.
They can taste it.
Going to bring up match point for the French.
And, you know, interaction point, I suppose, is the entirety of the match is here. So to push them through, as the French chants are loud and clear, they're ready for that semis against the U.S.
Another good serve.
Strong serve, plays it.
Huge
good
recovery set, yeah. And great lefty. Not many of those from Eigenmann in this match. Gonna talk it over and gonna need a few here.
He needs 4.
Well, I know that the toss is gonna be more than 4 inches. That's all I know.
I believe that's Gostner.
Oh,
with the high toss.
beg your pardon. Eigenmann, do or die here. Oh no, it's gonna be a roll up to end the match. France wins 3-1 over Switzerland. They'll move on to the semifinals. And they'll await. They'll play the U.S. women's squad with a chance to avenge the men who lost to the U.S. men.
What a scene!
And look
out
at the
there.
bus go. An unconventional vehicle for sure, but it gets where it needs to go. And a huge congrats to the French women's squad, taking this not in a dominating fashion, but decisively. Quite
Certainly.
convincing, especially in that third set, pulling away late. Incredible
Really
job by
looking
Dupont
strong.
and Lisa to stay poised,
Yes.
score that crucial third point.
And this team will do well in the future. I mean, the A team really is strong, one of the best women's team in the world. So that drop to Lara is actually, I mean, great to get that experience under your belt, to play really fierce competition like that as you go forward. So I'm sure they'll be more than happy to kind of, leveled up, get that experience against stronger opponents before you have to continue to play strong opponents going forward.
Definitely. I mean, you're playing the U.S. coming up next.
Yep.
And, if Laura is on the net, it's hard to say that any team is necessarily a fiercer opponent. So
Right.
great one-up for the A squad. And the rest of France didn't get these scores in from the C net. They may have finished, but they did have the advantage, though, to see France win. That third point, all they needed, but potentially even a fourth point. We'll see if they are playing that last one out just for good sportsmanship. Could have won this match 4-1 even, and they're looking really good going into their semifinal match.
Let's run through a quick
Sure.
rundown of what the bracket looks like at this point, as Germany has beaten Canada, so they will have the Germany-Austria matchup in one semifinals with Switzerland and USA on the other. So German-speaking countries really coming out strong this weekend.
Yeah, playing exceptionally all week long, doing well in the squads.
On the men's side, we have...
We're still waiting on some more results to roll in.
Yeah.
We've got the U.S., as we mentioned, beat the French men's squad.
Pretty decisively. as well.
And then the rest of the way, some close matches. Of course, we're waiting to see the U.S. will play the winner of Germany-Austria. Again, more German-speaking countries doing very well.
Yep.
And then on the other side of the men's bracket, we've got Canada facing off against Sweden. Canada, very strong favorites there as the one seed in the bracket. Pencil that one in. Sweden pulling out a great win to stave off Great Britain in the round of 16. And then in the 4-5 matchup, a very close match yesterday in the group stage, Switzerland versus Italy. Both teams challenged a little bit in their round of 16 games, so a coin flip there. Of course, we will be back later today with the semifinals coverage. I want to say thank you to everybody that's put on this production, all of you watching at home. Frederick Hinkle, pleasure to be doing business with you.
Always fun, Ben.
Yeah, I'm Ben Dantwitz, and we will see you all later in the semifinals.
What's up? We're outside S&J's bar in the fan zone here. Thanks, buddy, for that. You got Henry Pilliard. Can I get name and the drink you're drinking right now?
I'm Kate Fanaki, and I have the Orchard Cider.
Craig Hammond, I'll be drinking the Strongbow Original Cider.
Skylar Bowles, and I've got the London Pride Ale.
Hi, and then Kess, and I've got the Foster's pint.
In English.
Awesome. All right, I need a taste test from each of you guys for your drinks. One sip, everyone knows the rules. One sip, and then a rating out of 10, all right?
Got it.
We need to get exact. If we need to go to a hundredths of a decimal point, we're going to, okay?
A 10, okay.
It's crisp.
8.7.
Wow. That's high. Might be tough to beat. Yeah, get in there, buddy. Yep.
She's a 9.1.
Wow. Wow, okay, we're going up.
I'm going to go 7.2. London should not be that proud of this ale.
Wow, that's a bold take there, Skylar.
Okay, I'll go. Putain, c'est 8.2.
8.2. Wow. So highest rating.
Guess we have a winner.
Buddy. Now I think that means you need to chug it. Actually.
Is that what it means? I'm so happy to chug this, knowing that Spikeball is sponsoring the second one.
Yeah, get it.
I'll be honest with you. It's like having a really big Smirnoff Ice. But once it hits your lips. Oh, I hate that.
All right. Thanks, buddy. I think
Thanks, Spikeball, for my second cider of the day.
All right, folks, your reigning world champion, Buddy Ammon here. I'm Henry Pillade. Let's keep it going.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another little chill and chat tournament recap session. I'm Jonah, if you don't know me. I am here commentating this event alongside Henry Pillade. He and I will be running through the rest of this squad bracket later tonight. We were on the coverage last night, which was incredible. Hopefully you tuned in for that. We saw European dominance in the individual divisions, but now we look to the squads where North America is trying to make their statement once again. Canada and the US, both impressive performances on the men's and the women's sides of the bracket, but our biggest update so far is that Germany beat Team Canada in the women's squads. This is a different result than we saw yesterday in the women's squads, where I believe it was Canada who took the win in pool play in the gold groups. It was Canada who just snuck out, winning the A, B, and C team matchups in that pool play game. This time in the Germany game in the bracket, it was Germany who took it rather cleanly. So Germany moves ahead. Canadian women, their time is done. And so ahead in that bracket, in those semifinals, it will be Germany facing Austria, who swept the Italians, and the U.S. await the victors of that Switzerland-France game that we just saw, which will be France. So the U.S. and France semifinal 1, Austria, Germany semifinal 2 on the women's side. Over for the men, similar status right now. North America looking really strong. Canada sweeping Sweden. The U.S. not a sweep, but a very strong victory over France. The first semifinal will be Canada against the winner of Switzerland-Italy, which is still ongoing. The second semi will be the United States against the winner of Germany-Austria. So the two very interesting semis, and we will be bringing you USA against either Germany or Austria, whoever is able to come out of that series on top. The Germans, they're going to be the favorite there, especially after their victory last night. They're also the 3 seed coming into the bracket compared to the Austria 6. I forgot to mention earlier, but if you want to drop any questions in the YouTube chat, I'm going to be answering those in just a few minutes' time. So if you have any questions on how the tournament structure works, what's going on behind the scenes, any particular match updates or predictions, you just drop those questions and I will get to them when I can. For now, though, I'll do a little more explainer on the format for those of you who are not familiar with the squads format, because this is something that you don't see very often. In the U.S., we see this in the college format. In Europe, we saw this, I believe, at the ETS finals, and here, of course, in Worlds. The way that works is that each country has 5 teams on their men's and women's squad, respectively. Each team, of course, being made up of 2 people. Each team is ranked 1 through 5, A, B, C, D, and E squads. In a matchup against another team, the A squad, or the A team, I should say, plays the A team from the other side. So, for example, in the Germany-Austria game right now, the A German team is playing the best Austrian team. They go head-to-head. Same thing for the B teams. They go head-to-head. The C teams, etc., etc. As those matches continue, each one is a best of 3, and as those continue, whoever comes out on top takes 1 point for the team. Whoever ends up taking 3 points in the best of 5 ends up coming out on top. That's the format. I'm taking a look to see if we have any questions so far. I'm seeing that we have a few. In the meantime, continue to drop those questions in the chat. I'll get to them in a minute. For now, we're going to send things down on the field to Tops with an interview.
Hello, welcome to this interview. I have Anaïs and Louis with me. Anaïs just played here, and Louis is a legend from the French Roundnet community. Built up the channel. Now I dropped the name. Roundnet. Sorry. Yeah, and a lot of people, I think, started already because of your channel, but we come to that in a second. Anaïs, how was the game for you?
Crazy game, really intense. And I think that both teams were really stressed, and all finished good for us in the last game. I think also the Swiss had really good serves, so it was hard. But I had no served all the game, and then the last 5 points, I made like 3 or 4 aces. So yeah, really happy about that, and also we lost against them yesterday. Oh. Yeah, we won 1 and we lost 1, and so yeah, really happy with that.
So what do you think about next up? You will face the female squad from the Americans. What do you think about that?
Yeah. So first, we're really happy to be in semi-final, but we're still hungry to play. Also, we saw yesterday that American can lose games, and mentally it's really a good thing to know. So let's play. We're not afraid, and we'll see.
That sounds very well. And a few words to Louis. You're a team coach here. What is your premise now? What do you think about the next game?
I think what's important about the next game is how we come into the game and what mental space are we in. Yesterday, Puss and Dives, Ines and Natasha, went all the way to the 3rd place of the World Championship individuals. So I think they can go a long way and they can bring the team along with them. If they can take down the seed 1, then maybe we can take down the seed 2, the seed 3, and who knows, maybe the seed 4 and 5 as well.
I'm a bit afraid if this happens because I saw Louis today managing his team, and it looked like he gets a heart attack. He was very nervous. Do you think against the US we will be as nervous?
I will be extremely nervous. As soon as I watch the girls play, I just want them to win. I know they work hard, they train hard, and they really come here at World Championship to go as far as possible. So yes, I'm stressed. I want them to win really bad.
But it's very good to see. Not for your health, but for your living the moment. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you're doing well against the US, and I'll go back to Jonah.
Thank you, Tops. A fantastic interview as always. Looking at the questions here, we had a question of, does anyone know how Austria-German men play if they already started? That game is currently ongoing. I was spectating the US-France matchup a few minutes ago, and I was walking by that game. I saw the top net, the A versus A matchup happening, and it was very exciting. It looked like Eisenträger Siemer were slightly in control of that one. They were playing Benny Bachler and Nelson Zaruni of Austria. A very, very fun match, one that we've seen many times over the course of European Roundnet history, but one that the Germans are hoping they come out on top in. Another question from Jimmy Mitchum from the Discord: who would be the MVP of the tournament so far for men's and women's? This is a very difficult question because we can only watch so much Roundnet at once, and there is so much happening on all these fields at any given time. From what I've seen, and at least on the featured matchups, gotta favor the individual portion of the tournament right now because that is what is concluded, and we're still waiting to see exactly what happens in the squads. On the women's side, it's hard to ignore the strength of Laura Kunzelman, right, and her ability to play in that mixed division and how well they performed against Kieran Rose and Katie Pearson of the U.S. in that final. Laura Kunzelman, I think widely regarded as the best women's Roundnet player in the world, continues to show off those skills. Did it on the feature court here against France for Switzerland women's squad, but did it last night to secure a world championship title for Switzerland in the mixed division. So that right there is impressive enough to me. I would issue the MVP to her. Specifically, if you want to get out of the mixed division, again, you look at the victors. You look at Megan Laybourne and Donnie Cutlitz. It's really hard to say what they have done has not been extremely impressive. But we'll have a better answer for that about the squads and who's been kind of the major contributor there tonight and tomorrow as we get into our semis, our bronze medal match, and our finals. Men's side, I feel like Paul Siemer, the moment yesterday in the final, Game 2, Germany needed a win after Canada took Game 1 rather handily. His mid-game comeback, he had 4 breaks in a row, 3 aces and 1 essential ace. Canada couldn't get back towards the net. That right there was enough to completely switch the momentum in the second game, allow Germany to win the second game, go to Game 3, and then eventually win that third game. So yes, we saw, of course, incredible play from Lucas Eisenträger, but man, if that doesn't happen in that moment, if Paul Siemer is not able to deliver in the clutch in the way that he did, I don't think Germany sit atop the podium in the individual division. That's just me. Another question we had was, what's the difference between playing surfaces and why are we playing on turf versus grass versus on the beach? That's the beautiful thing about Roundnet, is that you can truly play it anywhere. In this tournament, we're playing on grass and on turf. Traditionally, in almost all competitive tournaments, we play on either grass or turf. It allows you a lot more mobility, and it is a lot more competitive and more of a sport, it feels like, when you're off the beach. There have been beach tournaments in the past, and they still happen, but they are a completely different environment, a completely different feeling. You don't get a lot of traction. You don't get a lot of movement on the beach, on sand. You see everyone out here wearing cleats, diving, cutting left and right really fast. The beach is a very different game. It completely changes the strategy, how you want to play, just because it is a lot more difficult to maneuver and move around. Specifically for this tournament, the feature court is turf. It is, I believe, the only turf field at this beautiful Surrey Sports Park venue. The rest are grass. And so we have our athletes spread around all across this beautiful facility on those grass fields. But the feature court, we have the lights here. This turf field is why we see everybody playing here. Another interview coming your way, though, so we're going to send it back down to the field for Tops. Guys?
So welcome back to on my right, the man that you already know. We commented together, Pumba. You're one of the volunteers out here. How do you see the event? How does it work for you?
Yeah, it's been an absolutely amazing experience. I think there's been like months of planning that's gone into sort of getting everything ready for today, and you know it's going by very quickly, but the team have been amazing, but the vibes have been fantastic, and most importantly, until today, the British weather was outstanding, so I think that's a win that no one was expecting. But yeah, lots of late nights, lots of early mornings, and flexibility. I think that's been the key to getting this event to run smoothly, yeah.
When I heard that we have the World Championships here, I remembered that the 2 streams that I had to cancel were one in London last year and the other one was the World Championships last year.
Yeah.
So I was already a bit scared there. How many volunteers do you have on this event, so roundabout?
Yeah, I mean, so obviously minus obviously all the media team and all the other people, there's about 20 to 30 volunteers wearing these red shirts, if you can see them right here. And I think we just keep getting more volunteers because people are so keen to help out and they see sort of the scale of everything and they're all wanting to know how they can get involved, yeah.
I think that's also the beauty of our sport. If you want to have some people helping you, to just ask them. They're very kind and everybody's very helpful. Yeah, what do you think? Like, will the weather still be good or will we see rain today?
Well, I don't want to jinx it, and I don't really know what to say to that as I can't really say much about it, but I'm hoping that the weather will stay good. Obviously I can't control the weather, but if I could, I would wish for sunshine. In fact, I think it could be a little bit better than today, and it's due to rain tomorrow, but we'll be flexible, as I said, and I'm sure it won't affect us anyway. So yeah, looks good.
That sounds very good. So, I think we're gonna have a very, very nice event today. I'm not sure if I go to the break now or if I'm going and we talk and talk.
That's
Boomba.
fine.
That's perfect. So, British Roundnet is organizing it. What is your role in British Roundnet?
So my role with British Roundnet is I am officially, I think I joined the team as a marketing assistant, but since then it's sort of become social media manager, and you know, during the Worlds I've been managing the media team for British Roundnet. So before we pan back to the commentators, I'd like to say please follow British Roundnet. We're putting in loads of work. It's on Instagram. We're putting in loads of work to make sure everyone keeps up to date, and we are making these amazing previews each morning. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
Pumba, a man of many talents, and now I go back to Jonah, and he is joining us in the commentary booth.
Thank you, Tops. Again, lovely interview. Great to hear from Pumba. We've been working closely alongside him to plan the stream and to get matches coordinated. It takes a lot more logistical difficulty than you might think to get teams from 2 pitches away, specifically for the feature court that we want to showcase, and then to do that with a bunch of different teams throughout the course of the day. So really appreciate all the help that Pumba and the rest of the British Roundnet volunteers have been, the work they've been putting in to make this event happen. It is a lot of work, and I can imagine they are looking forward to a long couple of days of just straight sleep after this event is over. But for now, we're still in it. We still have another day and a half of amazing World Championship Roundnet to go. Today, in just a couple hours, we are going to close things out with a bang tonight. Our semifinals and our bronze medal 3rd place match taking place live here for all of you to see. Here's the schedule for all of you to be aware. Right now, our athletes in our semifinals are on a lunch break. We're going to have the rest of our players filtering through, grabbing some lunch for the rest of the next hour. But once that is done, hopefully in about an hour's time, we're going to get everyone back here and get these semifinals started. The U.S. against Germany, the men's squads, it's going to be a good one. Germany finally prevailing over Austria in that squads matchup, so our semifinalists are all locked down. Don't go anywhere. We will see you after lunch.
Hi, I'm Michael from Team Spikeball. Today we're taking a look at the new and improved Spikeball Standard Kit. Alright, first things first. Just by looking at it, you can tell that it's sturdier than the OG Standard Kit. The rims are a little bit wider, and they also come with these yellow tabs to make setup even easier. The kit comes with 2 new balls. One's a little bit bigger if you're starting out, and one's smaller if you want a challenge. Both have pips for more grip. The new standard kit is built for quicker setup, better rallies, and it folds up or breaks down so you can take the fun wherever you want. See you out there.
Henry Pilliard. I'm here with
Rune and Martin.
Awesome. And what country are you guys from?
Denmark, yeah.
Denmark. Awesome. That's perfect because I'd love to learn 2 phrases in Danish right now. What can you hit me with?
Søren Høj Gud.
Sun. Højt. Højt. Wait, what was the third part?
Gud.
Gud. Sun. Het. Gud.
Yeah.
Awesome. And close enough. What does that mean?
It means Søren Høj, which is a name, is God.
Okay. Awesome. I don't know who that is.
It's one of the players.
Perfect. That's awesome. I love that. All right. And what do you got for me?
Jeg plukker frugt med en brugt frugtplukker.
All right. Maybe break that down a little bit for me.
Okay. Jeg plukker.
Say it again.
Jeg plukker.
Jeg plukker.
Frugt.
Frugt.
Med en brugt.
Med en brugt.
Frugtplukker.
Frugtplukker.
Yeah.
All right. Let's piece it together now. One more time.
Jeg plukker frugt med en brugt frugtplukker.
Split it into 2 halves for me.
Okay. Jeg plukker frugt.
Jeg plukker frugt.
Med en brugt frugtplukker.
Med en brugt frugtplukker? Close enough? Good enough? They'd understand me? Yeah, what does that mean?
I'm picking fruit with a used fruit picker.
All right, so that's just a tongue twister. I love it. Awesome. No, it's perfect. All right, thanks, guys. Let's keep going. What's up? We're outside S&J's bar in the fan zone here. Thanks, buddy, for that. You got Henry Pilliard. Can I? Still HP here. Can I get you guys' names real quick?
Hansen. Kelvin. Cheng.
And you guys are from?
Hong Kong!
Awesome, love it. And in Hong Kong, you guys speak Cantonese, is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
Awesome. I would love, I've been dying to learn something in Cantonese. What do you guys have for me?
Okay, so we're gonna teach you guys say, 我開波好勁, which means I'm a good server.
Very good server? Okay, let me see if I can break this down. Say it again.
我開波好勁.
So the first word is it? No.
Yes. 我開波好勁.
我開波好勁. Awesome, let's go. My gosh, I'm on fire right now. Thank you guys so much. Finally learned some Cantonese. I've been dying to. All right, let's keep it going. Henry Pilliard again. I'm here with Tom Rogers. We're in the Spikeball What are we calling this? What kind of booth is this?
Spikeball HQ.
HQ, I love that. That sounds very official. Tom, why don't we go through some of the items that people here are able to buy? Let's do maybe a shirt, a hat, and then a miscellaneous item that you're liking right now.
All right, so hottest item right now is the Speeder jacket right here. That's flying off the shelves. We've actually sold out of the Icons tee. People are loving this bucket hat over here. And we got these 2 t-shirts here, some OG t-shirts that are also flying off the shelves. So we got these 2 hats that are up for grabs in our raffle. So those aren't for sale, but one lucky winner will get those at the end of the event.
Okay. Yeah, tell us more about this raffle we got going on.
Okay, so with every purchase a customer makes, they get 2 tickets that go in here. And yeah, on Sunday, the lucky winner will be getting this hat right here. So.
That's awesome. Something to look forward to every time they buy something here, right?
That's right, exactly.
Awesome. All right, well, thanks, Tom.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, let's keep going. You got Henry Pilliard. You got the Mr. Scott Beeks himself, the legend. Scott, how are you doing this week?
I'm doing pretty well. It's been more intense than I thought, not just because like being a normal tournament, that the fact that you have so many teams and the fact that everything besides playing is also taking so much energy from everyone, being around the squad, wanting to make the most of the experience. So I'm good, just a little bit mentally and physically fatigued, as expected.
Right, and how does playing at the World Championship compare to playing at your regular local tournament?
I mean, obviously much bigger, much greater. It's so amazing to have 36 different countries here. So I don't know, just everything's worth so much more. The storylines are just so much more enjoyable to follow and to watch along. It makes it more interesting for all spectators. So yeah, I think it just adds a little bit of like, a little bit more interest for everyone who's watching and playing.
Definitely, yeah. And Scott, you've played in 16 different countries, is that correct?
Yes, nice.
I would wager that makes you the most traveled Roundnet player at this tournament. I'm not sure, but I think the chances are pretty good. All right?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, how do you feel like that experience, that international experience, helps you when playing against people from different countries that you've never played against before?
I think it helps you, but I think having the first-hand experience is just as good as having film a lot of times. And I think we're seeing a lot of nations make a huge step up from what they did 2 years ago. All the teams that were like 20 to 36, they're all now so much closer together. All the top 20 are so much closer together. And now you even see nations pushing on towards Germany, Canada, and the US, which, you know, the big 3. So yeah, it helps you, but you also need that first-hand experience, but the film helps a lot too. But yeah.
Right. Any non-Roundnet goals for the rest of the week?
Non-Roundnet goals. Really enjoy Saturday evening because I don't think UV are going to get through to the finals. I'll say it humbly. So we can have a really good Saturday evening and then watch the Sunday's finals or squads.
All right, Scott. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
We'll be right back.
Guys, yeah.
All right. Yeah. My people.
Yes.
My people.
This is where we're going to win right here.
C games, B games, let's win. Women's games, let's win. A games, steal us some games. We need those, all right?
We are the best scoring nation at Roundnet.
Shake off those nerves right now, okay? We're ready for this.
All right, hi everyone. We are here in the circus part of the fan zone today. We've got a little special attraction here. Jonah here with Henry and Nick, who's joining us here. How to explain how one would successfully get on a unicycle for the first time, Nick?
Stick it between your legs,
hold on both sides, press down on the bottom pedal, and the other pedal will just stay still at the top while you get your foot to the other pedal. If you're securely holding on, just learn to get your balance, sitting on top, holding on nice and securely. Sit up as straight and as tall as you can.
All right, Henry, were you listening to that?
Unfortunately, I was, yeah.
All right, Henry is now going to try, for the first time, to ride a unicycle.
Left leg, actually.
Oh, left leg.
Yeah.
There you go. So, hold on both sides. Press down on that bottom pedal. That's it. Keep pressure on. Pedal it back. Get it back underneath you.
Oh,
Sit
God.
up as straight and as tall as you get. That's it.
Oh, my
Feel
God.
balanced. No.
Not really.
Hey, very good first effort. Very good first effort. I'm proud of you, man.
So, saddle between the legs. Foot on. That's it. Press down on that pedal. Now keep pressure on both pedals.
Both pedals.
And just adjust it until you're balanced on top. Yay, that's not bad, that's not bad. Can you transfer this hand to my shoulder?
Yeah.
And that other hand to your colleague's shoulder?
Yeah.
And very, very gently, as slowly as you like, you're going to start pedaling forwards and we'll walk along beside you. You hold on both sides.
Oh, God.
If you put any weight on us, you're not balanced.
Yeah, true.
But this is really, I gotta say, this is impressive. I feel like you're about to get it. I feel like you're really close. We can go as long as you want here, but we can also stop. This is on you.
I'm gonna get it.
It's a simple process. You just get on and fall off, and 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 get on and fall off. By the time you've fallen off 200 times, you'll have got it.
This is.
But you
pressure with
will
both
need to
feet.
fall off at least 200
Oh, no.
times.
I'm in an awkward equilibrium here.
Don't look down. If you
Okay.
look down, that's where you're going to go.
Fair.
Yeah.
Oh,
Head
it's
up,
not.
You got it,
looking
you got
forwards.
it, you got it, you got it.
This is not gonna happen. Oh no. Okay. I'm stuck.
Are you stuck in a little groove in the,
Yeah.
in the ground?
Oh no.
Okay, we're turning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay! He's putting hardly any weight on you at all.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Yeah, we're moving the cable around. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Henry Pilliot on a unicycle for the first time. Henry, that was incredible. That was incredible. Final thoughts.
I'm in pain is my final thoughts. I think it would take probably about a year of doing that before I had any sort of competence on that.
Amazing. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, back here in the Spikeball fan zone at the World Championship, here with the one and only IRF Roundnet of Round Network, Mr. Albert Tong. We can maybe release the embrace and then we'll come back to it later. So tell me what you're doing here, what Round Network is doing here, and how it's going so far.
So Round Network, oh sorry.
No, this is all you. No, you got it.
Okay.
You got it. That's all you.
Round Network is here documenting the second World Championship. We were here for the first one 2 years ago. What we're really trying to do is sort of tell the story of how a game becomes a sport and how a sport becomes a spectacle, right? Because you think about it, and I think all this was our favorite backyard barbecue beach game activity, and then it became something more. And so it's an interesting question of like, how does it become more? Why does it become more? Does that become anything bigger? Do we get this to the point where it's in the Olympics, or it's just, something that can have people that dedicate their lives to it, from a career perspective, job perspective. And so there's a lot of interesting things to talk about that's a little bit deeper than just competition and fun, but we also want to make sure we're getting a lot of that.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I mean,
That's why I said it.
That's why you took the mic and said it. Hey, that's good stuff. In terms of how, there he goes.
Sorry.
That's it. He's back. In terms of how things are going this weekend, like what you've been able to cover, I know you don't have an endless supply of staff here. It's just really you and a couple others. Like, are you able to cover a lot of the action? Do you feel like you're capturing some of the biggest moments, some of the best moments?
No, we're missing 90% of it. But the 10% that we are getting is fantastic.
Amazing.
And that's kind of how all Roundnet days ever go. You are going to miss, because there are 40 games happening at a time. You have 3 people with cameras. Sometimes 2 of us cover the same game because we want multiple angles. So yeah, you are going to miss 90% of the great material. And sometimes you just watch a rally happen in front of you with your camera, and then you're just like, wow, that's terrible that I didn't get that. But you do get the ones that you get. So where our coverage is, you know, we're running hard, we're sweating a lot, but we're doing it with sun hoodies on, so at least we're a little bit protected.
Amazing. In all seriousness, the work they do at Round Network is really incredible, and the work that Albie has done and for this community is incredible, and we're incredibly grateful to have him here at yet another amazing event, covering it. Even though it may not be the 3-hour documentary that we all want to see, it's still going to be something incredible, and so thank you for that.
Thanks, Shadow.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you later.
Race again.
Okay.
To end.
Hello and welcome to the moment you've been waiting for today. We have the semifinals for the men's squads here at the 2024 Roundnet World Championship here in Guildford, England. I'm Henry Pillard alongside Jonas Willinger. Right up on stream coming up, we have the United States taking on Germany. This is a highly anticipated matchup, Jonah. The reigning world champions in the United States and what most believe to be the strongest squad from Europe, Germany.
Right, and now a team with some world champions on it as well. Just last night, Eisentrager Siemer taking the individual title. And I don't know if this means much, but last world championship, the country that won the individual also won the squads. Now, there's a big difference here, though, Henry, and that is depth, right? When you are looking at a squad competition, it's not just about your 1 and your 2 and your top talent, as we know, as we proved over the last 2 days. Eisentrager Siemer appear to be stronger than the top U.S. teams. It's more about the middle to the bottom of that lineup, the depth, these other players that are not the top players. Can they hang with this talented U.S. team? That's the question for the Germans.
And these teams met in group stage yesterday. The U.S. taking the victory 4-1. They dropped on that first net. Kingdom Come, Matt Cole and Grant Klapwick losing to Eisentrager and Siemer. But all 5 nets very close. That match could have gone either way. And Jonah, you mentioned depth. One thing I want to point out for the United States, they have Rogue, Thomas Hamilton, and Ryan Marino, widely considered to be the best team in the world last year in 2023, on the 4th net here in this matchup.
That feels almost impossible. The 4th best U.S. team this weekend is Rogue. It almost doesn't even compute. That just shows you the depth this U.S. team has. If you were to draw this up on paper, if you were to ask anybody, I think you could say that any one of these 5 U.S. teams could be the best team, depending on the day, depending on the opponent, depending on which side of the bed they wake up on this morning, Henry. It is that close. It is that skilled. To take down this roster, it requires insane talent. Talent that Germany has proven they do possess. But do all of them, all the way down that lineup, possess it? That's the question we have to ask today.
And we have some great matchups lined up. The U.S. players warming up on their respective nets. The Germans huddling up, getting fired up. On the first net, we already mentioned Lucas Eisentrager, Paul Siemer taking on Matt Cole, Grant Klapwick. Second net from Germany, Emil Grunebaum and Rasmus Prüfer taking on Will Picconi and Gabe Finocchi, the reigning U.S. national champs, Jonah. On the third net, we have Fabio Klaus and Joscha Lauterbach taking on Spotless, better known as Joe Bondi and Ryan Gross. And then on the 2 nets that we will not be streaming, on the 4th net, Lucas Christiani and Jonathan Harder taking on, who's on the 4th net for the U.S.?
That would be Rogue.
Rogue, right, we just mentioned it. It's hard. I'm gonna have trouble placing who the 4th team for the United States is.
Because it just doesn't make any sense.
It does not make sense for Rogue to be at 4, but it is Rogue. Thomas Hamilton and Ryan Marino taking on that Christiani and Harder pair from Germany. And then on the 5th net, Tim Clement and Julian Krele. And they're taking on Connor Nelson and Kieran Rose, 2 newcomers to the United States national team, but not slouches by any means, Jonah.
Right, we talked about this a little bit in the individual competition. Both Kieran Rose and Connor Nelson, a meteoric rise over the last year and a half. Kieran Rose is one of these guys who's always been grinding, who's always been putting in the work, and he's someone that I think we all saw coming. He was next up, and we all knew it. Connor Nelson, on the other hand, and maybe this is me just not being fully informed, Henry, but I just was not aware of his talent, of his skill, and did not see him coming until wham. He was on the scene. He was tearing up tournaments with Joshua Giacomo, with Sonny Gu. He was absolutely playing lights out, and now he's here at the World Championship representing his country. I didn't see it coming, but man, am I glad he's here.
And there's not many things that are certain at the Roundnet World Championship, Jonah. One of them, to me here, is that the crowd is going to be on Germany's side. Sure, there are a fair share of U.S. spectators here that are going to be cheering on their team, but, I mean, the Germans and the Europeans as a whole have come in waves. And you know, any fan in the crowd that's from Europe, a non-German Europe country, is probably going to be rooting for Germany. They love to see their fellow Europeans succeed. And so if you're the Americans, you want to get off to a good start right away. You don't want to let the crowd get into it from the jump.
And what we talked about is that even though the individual competition still went the way of Germany and they took home the World Championship, you would be foolish to think that the U.S. are still not the favorites here. Everyone loves Europe here. Everyone loves an underdog story. You have both of these reasons to pull hard for this German team. Everyone is going to feel that in this crowd. Everyone is going to feel that on these nets, especially those U.S. players who are once again playing as the away team at a home stadium of Team Germany.
And the players are at their respective nets. It seems like they're figuring out who will be serving first, and the usual commiserations before the match starts. Man, I am excited for this one, Jonah. This might be the most exciting time of the week so far.
You mentioned the significance of this previous matchup. We did see, as you said, these two teams, the U.S. and Germany, run into each other in the group stage. The second group stage, after they had been through that preliminary seeding phase, they ran into each other in the final round, and it was the U.S. who came out on top. So not only did we talk that they are the favorites, they have proven themselves in this very matchup.
Neither squad has dropped a single series in bracket play so far that is going to end for one of these teams here in this semifinals.
For the U.S., we only saw them drop a single game against France, not seeing the ultimate conclusion to that matchup as they got things started, dropped the first game, won the second, and by that time, just about everything had wrapped up. It was Will Piccone and Gabe Fanaki, the the B team for the USA, who ended up dropping that one game. But as you said, Henry, that was it. Across the board, the US dominant. Germany dominant as well. One of these teams will have to falter here. And it does come down to, as we said, the depth. Which of these teams will be able to succeed not only at the highest level, but with their B, C, D, and E squads as well. Wow, I haven't seen this from Germany before. Hands up, looking to each other and barking. Setting the tone for this one early, Henry. Talk about a way to get in the mood, get in the zone right before this game starts.
Yeah, and it's tough to get into the minds of players as experienced as the Americans here, but that's certainly a unique way to try to do so. You can see more crowds filtering in for this highly anticipated matchup. Again, we mentioned it, but this is really supposed to be the best North America has to offer against the best that Europe has to offer. It looks like over on net 3, bit of an issue with the net, maybe something wrong with the rim or something with the set, but now they're good to go. All 3 nets looking ready to get started.
Personally, Henry, I am most interested in the result here on court 2. I'm looking at Fanaki and Piccone against Grunebaum and Prufer. Obviously, we're interested in this top net. It's the former STS champions against the current world champions right now, Kingdom Come against ES. But really, when I see a match that's going to be indicative of how this entire series is going to go, I feel like that B on B team, that's where the hopes for Germany need to lie.
And we're going to get our action started on the first net here with this amazing matchup between ES and Kingdom Come. Klapwick an early double fault, so the ball now in the hands of Eisentrager. And an easy defensive put away for Eisentrager-Siemer. After a poor receive from Matt Cole, forced Klapwick to go on 2 there.
Well, we know that Klapwick is comfortable going on 2. We do see this a lot. Typically, it's strategic. There, it was more of a recovery instead of an intentional choice to put that ball away.
Now jumping over to court 3, Joe Bondi serving towards Joscha Lauterbach. That one into the front rim.
Let's go, Joe.
Lauterbach serving back towards Bondi. They'll step wide right and go with a quick lefty cut. Gross setting from off net, and it's a good one. Bondi putting it into the defense, and that touch not going up.
Those are the kind of plays that Spotless, Bondi, and Gross just make look so effortless, right? Gross, that casual finesse, just trotting on over and making a set that for many would be quite challenging in a situation like that.
Now over to that net 2 matchup that you mentioned just before we started, Jonah. Grunebaum serving towards Piccone. That one off the back pocket.
No, 5 seconds here. 5 seconds. I don't do that shit. I was just curious. 2 1 second. Yeah.
Now the second for Grunebaum. Good receive from Piccone. A nice set from Funaki, and that's an easy put away for the Americans.
Watching Piccone and Funaki earlier. Love the energy that they've got going between them. You mentioned it, Henry, current USA national champs. Love when they get going and just feed off each other's energy.
In this team, Funaki and Piccone, high serve percentage team. Now we're going to jump right over to the first net. We see another double fault from Klapwick. Should make it a 4-2 lead for Germany. It's Eisentrager to serve. He steps out right. Fakes left, fakes right, goes to the right, and it's off the front rim.
Something that a lot of the fans have been talking about throughout the day today is how impressive it was to not just see Eisentrager and Seymour have that impressive victory last night, but how they were feeding off the energy of the crowd so well. Lucas Eisentrager is not known for getting hype, feeding off the energy of the crowd, and getting a little cocky, getting into it. But he really did last night.
Solid righty cut, but Klapwick there to handle it. Solid push shot, but it catches the front rim. Hitting error from Klapwick gives the Germans a stress-free break. Over to court 2, a nice backhand flick from Funaki. His personal favorite shot. You give that to him, he's gonna put it away just about every time.
It's such a quality shot, and it's just so difficult to defend. It never looks like he's got the space for it. He's always so athletic, the way he just works his way over the net.
Great hold there from the Germans. With a nice receive off of the Funaki reverse. So these teams still on serve. No big lead yet. Grunebaum to serve to Piccone. Swaying back and forth. Now he goes for a nice reverse that no touches Will Piccone.
Honestly, I like how Grunebaum seemed to do a little bit of that Will Piccone stance, that same kind of distinct wrist position as he goes into those fakes.
Now over to the third net. Joe Bondi, no touch reverse, shaking his head in disbelief as that one was wild.
God, Joe Bondi, when he does it, it just looks so simple. It looks so easy, but my God, is that a gorgeous serve.
Should make it a 6-3 early lead for Spotless on that net. Bondi looking for another one, goes lefty cut, and it's a perfect lefty cut. They're calling side pocket. And Joe Bondi disagreeing. Looked good from our angle. Some discussion still ongoing. And they will redo it. Bondi definitely unhappy with that call, but nevertheless, he'll get another chance at it. And that righty cut, lipping high. Second swing for Bondi. No good. That'll be a double fault. Bring the ball back to the Germans. That's going to be Lauterbach to serve for them. Jumping back to net 2. Looks like we might have had a hand wave from Piccone. Didn't get to see it, but knowing Piccone, that usually means he just hit an ace. Should be sixes now. Lefty reverse, but it's handled by the Germans. Funaki there for the touch, though. Can Piccone set him up? He does. And a nice hit from Funaki, putting the ball away. The Germans unable to handle it. Great defensive play from the Americans.
Well, you mentioned the serving from Piccone. That's when you know the energy is rising. But when you see a defensive touch like that and a conversion, there is no better way to power up your team and get yourself feeling good.
Funaki with a nice read on that hit. Now jumping to the first net. It's a solid lead early on for the Germans here. Eisentrager serving to Klapwick, goes lefty cut. Klapwick is there. A big lefty hit from Klapwick puts it straight through the defense.
And as much as I want to watch this game, Kingdom Come ES, it's a huge matchup. I just know that it is not the most significant of the matches here. Given the results so far, you think that ES are definitely the favorite in this matchup. They are the world champions after all.
Matt Cole going lefty swing off the front rim. See what Cole can do on his second. It's a nice righty cut. Seamer there into the body of Klapwick, but I don't think either of the Americans were going to be there to set it. So it is a hold for the Germans.
Something that both Cole and Klapwick have been doing so well throughout the day. And Henry, you and I got a chance to watch this earlier. They seem to be getting touches on almost every hit. Not necessarily defensive conversions, but touches at the very least. Opportunities to get that set and that second touch.
Now jumping to the second net here. This game back and forth to start. As of recent, it's been the Americans with the momentum. Now it's Funaki serving to Grunebaum. A righty reverse, but Grunebaum, nice receive, but the hit goes under the net. A hitting error there from the Germans gives the Americans a free break. And I believe that'll make it 9-7 now in favor of the United States. This serve from Funaki is a powerful cut, but the finesse from the Germans to handle it and the lefty put away. Very solid from Rasmus Prüfer.
Well, I mentioned this last night, but if you don't already know, Gabe Funaki got married several days before coming to Worlds. Got to imagine this is quite the way to spend a honeymoon.
Now over to the third net. The Americans still holding on to a solid lead. It's Bondi serving to Lauterbach. Wide righty cut. Lauterbach diving for it. Puts the lefty hit on, but Gross is there to chase it down. Set from Bondi is good, and the backhand flick from Gross puts it away for a defensive break for the Americans.
Right now, it seems to be going the U.S.'s way on several of these nets now. Obviously, Kingdom Come are down by a few, but right now, Funaki, Piccone, Gross, Bondi, the Americans seem to have it under control.
11-5 lead now for the United States on this net. Bondi to serve once more. And that's a righty reverse. That'll get called side. Bondi very unhappy with that call. And Bondi, not someone that usually displays emotions, especially over calls, but clearly some heavy disagreement with the Germans.
Spotless, the name comes from their typical tendency not to be diving and dirtying their clothes, but also kind of from how involved they get in any given game.
Oh my goodness, Joe Bondi. Well, if that first serve was clean, he definitely deserved that one. That was an insane righty cut to no touch the Germans.
Well, as I was saying, typically cool, calm, and collected. Maybe a little bit of that energy coming out, little chip on his shoulder after that previous call, and he delivers the strike.
Make it 12-5 now in favor of the Americans. They'll play through this serve that did lip high, but they'll put it away. A wise choice to play through that one. And we'll jump to the second net. And we see the United States have jumped out with 13-8 lead.
13-8 first. Yeah. Serves.
Piconi serving to Proofer. Wide righty cut, but Proofer's there. A cheeky flick, but Piconi there for the soft touch. Funaki not able to put it on. Impressive quick reflexes there from Piconi.
Yeah, quick reflexes from them both. I mean, Gabe was still able to get a touch and a full swing at that ball, falling backwards, off balance. Got a good contact on it, just couldn't find the net.
That serve from Proofer off the front rim. Piconi trying to play through it, but couldn't get a great touch. So it'll be second serve for Proofer.
Oh yeah, baby.
And a double fault. Piconi
Let's go.
hyping up his partner after the double fault. And that's not the most surprising thing from Piconi. Jumping over to the first net now. Germans still have their lead of a few breaks over Matt Cole and Grant Klapwick. It's Eisentrager to serve to Klapwick. Eisentrager faking, goes lefty cut. It's no good, and Klapwick elects not to play through it.
Something we learned somewhat recently about Lucas Eisentrager is that he does not have a reverse. If you see him swing that righty shot, that lefty shot, and it's going back or to the back arm or behind the receiver, he's just hitting a jam. He does not have that reverse spin. Seymour was saying that he doesn't really learn too much of the left, and Eisentrager doesn't really learn much of the reverse.
Cole to serve, stepping out, wide righty cut. Seymour easily there, into the body of Matt Cole on defense and into the ground. Nice hold there from the Germans. Now over to the second net, where we just saw some service pressure from the Germans forcing a break. That's Grunebaum from the 7-foot line. It'll be around 11-14. Still a big lead for the Americans, but if the Germans can gain some momentum, this crowd will let you know. That lefty cut goes under the net. It's out right this time. And a double fault. Trying to put the ball into the hands of Will Piconi, serving back to Grunebaum.
Well, Grunebaum and Proofer, known in the majority of the season as Willy Wonka. Always love to see these teams that play the majority of the season together stay together at Worlds. You already have that chemistry. It usually goes pretty well.
Now back over to the third net. We see the United States lead still growing. And if you want it to keep growing, you put the ball in the hands of this man, Joe Bondi, who cannot miss right now, Jonah.
I don't understand how he's able to do this so consistently, but when it's firing for Joe, is it firing? It's spinny, it's fast, it's low, and it's just impossible to touch.
Make that 18-7 now on this net. Just pure domination from Ryan Gross and Joe Bondi. Bondi faking both ways. His next swing into the front rim. Second serve now for Bondi. It's another great reverse, but this time the German's there, but the touch from Bondi. Sticking his hand out there and putting it on the net with the left hand for a defensive conversion this time.
I mean, you see a little bit of exasperation there from Klaus and Lauterbach. At some point, you have to ask yourselves, what are we supposed to do about this? The serving pressure is there. The defense is there. Just when you finally think you're going to get a nice 1-2-3 hold, Gross and Bondi, Henry, they just do it again.
What an amazing hand touch from Bondi. Now 19-7. His next swing, this one at Klaus. Off the front rim.
Well, just looking around this field right now, Henry, it feels like the momentum on that second net might just be starting to move back towards the Germans.
Finally, the Germans able to side out off of a nice righty cut from Joe Bondi. There is a lot of ground to cover here. Their trail 8-19, ball to Lauterbach. Otterbach going for the wide stance here. He'll step out left. Faking a little bit. A high toss.
Whoa.
Swings lefty, but it lips high.
Yeah, there's no rule in Roundnet against putting spin on the ball before you actually hit it, a rule that exists now in pickleball these days. But when you toss that ball up and you put that spin on it, if you're able to get a good contact, it's going to have a wild movement when it actually gets on the net. Hard to hit and a little bit easier to read than maybe the Germans would like.
Ups out left, that one lipping high. Yeah, the only rule on the toss is it needs to travel at least 4 inches from the hand once it's tossed. But other than that, you got a lot of free will there, John.
Yeah, and you love to see that creativity, especially in Europe. A lot of players like to reinvent the wheel a little bit, and sometimes it actually ends up working, bringing new strategies to the game here.
In a wide righty cut from Ryan Gross, but it just caught the front rim. This is 12 game points here for the Americans. 20-8 right now. Gross stepping out, swinging at reverse. That one also into the front rim. So now 9-20 in favor of the Americans. Fabi Klaus has the ball. Klaus starting in the wide stance. Goes for a ready cut, but lips high, Bondi chasing it down. Klaus' second swing goes for a backhand and it's clean, but Bondi able to handle it, putting it into the body of Klaus on defense and away to wrap up game 1. Americans taking it 21-9. Wide margin of victory here for the US of A.
Well, they take the first game in the C net. So still a lot of work to do as each of these individual pairings are best of 3s. But here on this first net, as we mentioned earlier, the Germans had come out to that early lead, and Henry, it looks like they have continued to maintain that, even increase the lead by several points, now up by 6.
To 14 here for the Germans. 6 game points. Matt Cole for his second serve. Swings, it's a clean righty cut. They'll have to play it. And the backhand hit up by Clapwick. Cole sets him up for the big lefty boom, but Seamer runs it down off screen. Now the set from Eisentrager is good. Clapwick touches it though. Goes for a backhand lefty hit and can't get it back onto the net. So the Germans winning that rally to wrap up game 1 and give the Germans their first point of this matchup.
Well, the C net and the A net splitting at least that first game. Looking again at each individual one as a best of 3. But as I said, the energy here really has been shifting over on this B net. Excited to jump back there hopefully in a moment because we've been hearing the German crowd come to life.
Yep, and here it is. Piccone swing there off the front rim. Definitely have heard the Germans loud and clear from this net, all the way from halfway across the field. Piccone's second swing now. Faking both ways. Lefty cut is up. And a nice put away there. That's Rasmus Prufer with a solid receive on Piccone and then puts it away cleanly.
We'll get a score update for you when we have it. Just trying to listen to the players as they get set. This thing is close.
Close indeed. That point there made it 20s. This serve up by Piccone well, and the backhand hit lips. Germans are calling it rim. Looks like they'll go to observers. Tommy Drake, the observer, didn't have a great angle on it. He's ruling they'll redo it. So it'll stay at 20s. Piccone talking to Funaki, saying if you can get that set just a slightly different spot, you can put it away a lot cleaner. Prufer swings lefty reverse there off the front rim.
Taking this first game would be huge for Germany.
Here's the lefty, going lefty reverse, but Piccone's there. and slams it away straight through the defense. That hold from Piccone gets the Americans fired up.
Well, definitely the most important point of that game. We've seen some great serving back and forth, but nothing is more important than that. Under pressure, lefty reverse, a nasty serve, and Piccone stays in it.
Now it's Funaki to serve at 21-20. That righty cut is a good one, and it's good enough to take game one for the Americans.
Well, I said it, Henry. I felt that B matchup, the tone setter, the most important one here on our first three nets, and a very big win in that first game for the US of A.
And that gets the team fired up as Matt Cole and Grant Clapwick were watching the conclusion of that game from their net before starting game two. And you got to think that helps the morale for Kingdom Come. Now over to the third net as these teams beginning their second game of the series. I believe it's 1-0 in favor of the Americans right now. Bondi, who hit so many aces in game one, will be the first one to serve for the Americans. And it's another one. That one is absolutely stupid how wide that is.
Is that real? What an angle we had for that as well. The righty cut that just went a mile to the left. Ball go left, Henry. Ball go left.
Feels like if Bondi lands a clean serve right now, it's almost certainly an ace. And we'll jump over to the first net now for the genesis of game two. Eisentrager serving to Clapper. Germans took the first point, so it's 1-0. Eisentrager steps left for his second serve. That righty swing into the back pocket over Clapwick's head. Now, ball will go back to the Americans for Clapwick to serve. Right, lefty swing is unreal. That one whizzing past Lucas Eisentrager.
Oh my God, that is nasty. Grant Clapwick, welcome to the show. This is the kind of performance that we're going to need to see from him, though, if the Americans want to take this top net. Eisentrager and Seymour are not going to go down easy.
The X factor for Kingdom Come always seems to be Clapwick serving. Now over to the third net. 1-3, Germans trailing the United States. Looks like the Americans caught another break before we ended up coming back to this net. And I would not be surprised if it was a Joe Bondi ace. Double fault there from Lauterbach.
Keep an eye on those scores from those D and E nets as well. Once we get an update, we will bring that to you here on stream. We don't have them on the courts with the cameras on them, but they are in the back playing those games. They appear to both be on game one still. That might be possible.
Both games taking place just left of your current screen right now. Gross's serve will be played despite being front rim. And the hit from Klaus splits the defense of Gross and Bondi. Smart shot there. As we jump to the first net and get to witness a crazy righty cut from Paul Seymour on Grant Clapwick.
Lovely timing. Thank God we caught that, because that is exactly how to counter the serving pressure from Clapwick. You can do it too. Paul Seymour, Lucas Eisentrager, you put down serves like that, nobody can touch it.
And the Americans will call a timeout as the Germans up to another early lead, 5-2, I believe. And we'll jump right over to court two during that timeout. Right at the beginning of game two here. The Germans leading 1-0 right now. And that step through hit from Piccone is successful. After handling the Proofer serve well. So it's Bocconi now, 1 apiece for each team. Wide righty cut. This off-net set from the Germans is into the rim. Germans disagreeing, thinking lit, but the observer ruling in favor of the United States there. So make that a break for Will Bocconi.
We do have our first result on the D net. I do believe 21-19 the score in the matchup between Ryan Marino and Thomas Hamilton for the United States and Lucas Cristiani against Jonathan Harder for the Germans. So the U.S. repeating so far the success they had against Germany in pool play.
And over here in court 3 now, we just saw another serving break from Will Bocconi, extending their early lead. It's Ryan Gross now with the ball in his hands over here. Should be a 6-3 lead for the Americans. And that lefty cut almost hitting Fabi Klaus's partner, Joscha Lauterbach. That one was unreal how wide that was.
With Ryan Gross, when he hits that step out lefty cut, you know that he's feeling good. When he's hitting that, everything's hitting, and that's when he becomes the most dangerous.
Now 7-3 in favor of Spotless. Go for a drop this time, but Lauterbach there puts it away easily.
Like I said, Spotless, always a very strong team. Always have been, even when either Bondi or Gross are not playing at their best. But when you've got both of them playing at their best and they're both landing serves, like all of the American teams here, you could consider them one of the top teams in the world. Are they playing like that right now? Have they been playing like that all weekend? I would say maybe a few steps shy, but now is when they're getting dangerous. Little chip on the entire, the collective shoulder of the United States after some of the results these past few days.
And back on the first net, we see a cheeky drop shot from Paul Siemer to hold against Matt Cole. Now an 8-3 lead for the Germans. It's Eisentrager to serve. Goes righty cut, and it was no good, but Clapper will play through it. And the up from Eisentrager almost got to by Siemer.
The result of our E-net is also in as well in the 5th team matchup between Connor Nelson and Kieran Rose for the United States and Tim Clement and Julian Krele for the Germans. It was the U.S. who came out on top as well. So a mirror image of the result from pool play thus far. The U.S. up in every single matchup at this point.
And a nuts serve from Clapwick. The lefty cut, acing Eisentrager. That's exactly what Kingdom Come needs if they want to get back in that matchup. Now over to court 2. The Americans playing through that lift serve. Bocconi putting it away with the left hand, maintaining their dominant lead to start this game 2.
And I will clarify, every single matchup the U.S. leads, except for the one that we've been featuring right in front of us. Eisentrager and Siemer, the world champions, appear to be handling Kingdom Come decently well at the moment.
A 7-3 lead here for the United States. Bocconi, lefty cut. It's up by Proofer.
Oh, why didn't you pull it?
And a nice hit from Proofer after the dime set from Grunebaum. It's a nice hold for the Germans. Now jumping to the 3rd net. Lauterbach serving to Bondi. Behind the back toss. Bondi easily getting it up with the lefty put away.
I'm saying I love that creativity. We saw it earlier on net 2. We see it now on net 3. It's Lauterbach this time. It was actually him earlier who also went with that creative spinny toss. Seems that Joscha just likes to get a little crazy with it.
I guess if not much else is working, why not try some new things?
Fair enough.
Gross now to serve, up 10-5. Swung for a righty reverse, but it just glanced off the side pocket. Now his second. Goes for a drop, and it's no good. Jonah, when you have a big early lead like that and you're feeling comfortable, do you start trying some new swings, or do you think you keep doing what's been working?
For the U.S., definitely keep doing what's been working. There's no reason to change it up if you're up so dominantly right now. You want to put that onus on your opponents. Force Germany to change it up. Put them into the uncomfortable spot. If you're in a lead like this, just coast. Hold, hold, hold. That's got to be their game plan.
Jumping over to the first net, we just saw, not on screen, but a wild ace from Klapwick. Grant Klapwick doing everything he can to keep Kingdom Come in this game too. And so far, doing a good job of getting that back in it. And continues to do a good job of it. Matt Cole finger gunning Paul Seymour.
Yeah, did you see that? That is not something we almost ever see from Matt Cole. Little Will Piccone moment for him. Finger guns towards the opponent. Matt Cole getting a little rowdy out here.
That serve was a good, no more than a foot from hitting Matt Cole on that right shoulder. That was just ridiculous. So now things are all tied up on this net after Kingdom Come was down about 4 points, I believe.
Klapwick and Cole now putting up a heck of a fight.
Klapwick's second swing is perfect again. That one almost hitting Paul Seymour. And the Germans take a timeout as Matt Cole and Grant Klapwick find themselves leading in this game too now, 11-10.
Grant Klapwick has no bigger fan when he's serving like this than Matt Cole himself. Matt Cole kind of got to be the hypest teammate of all time when Grant Clapp is serving well. He'll put his hands over his mouth. He'll drop to his knees. His jaw's on the floor. He looks like, every time we see an ace like that, Matt Cole looks like he's just never seen a cut before, and he's seeing it happen in real time in front of his eyes. That's the kind of encouragement you'll love to see from your partner, and it's what I love to see from Kingdom Come every time they're out there.
And during that timeout, we'll jump to the second net as Piccone goes for a diving receive. Funaki calling high on it. The Germans disagreeing, and looks like the observer couldn't tell if it was ruled high, and the observer ruling for a redo. Too close to tell for the observer. So it's Grunebaum. The serve again was for the same serve. This one lips up, but the Americans will play it. Piccone putting that one far and deep away from the German defense. That one was hit hard.
This has always been a strength of American Roundnet. Big, powerful hitting. They've never shied away from just a big righty swing. The Europeans, known for their flicks, known for their finesse. The Americans, sometimes you don't need it like that. They know that they can just put it, they can hit it harder, they can hit it higher, they can hit it faster than you, and they can just outpace the defense before they can track it down.
Funaki to serve. Insane righty reverse. The Germans somehow there and putting it over the head of Funaki, doing exactly what you just said, Jonah, putting that one high and far.
At the last World Championship 2 years ago in Belgium, this was something that Europe realized, that wait a minute, we don't have to get all technical and flicky all the time. Look at what they're doing. They're just hitting it hard. Sometimes the good old hit ball hard strategy, it gets the job done, Henry.
Now hopping over to net 3. U.S. holding on to a 4-point lead here, 9-13. Lauterbach serving.
Just saw an insane reverse cut ace from Paul Seymour here on net 1. Get the momentum back for Germany a little bit here.
Second serve coming up for Lauterbach here. The Germans need something now if they want to stay in this game. And the double fault will put the ball in the hands of Ryan Gross for the Americans.
2 seconds.
Now back to the first net. Michael going for a drop, but Seymour easily handling it. And hits it high, straight over the head of Klapwick. Klapwick was there, just couldn't get his hands in the position.
I love the defensive positioning for both Cole and Klapwick. It looks like they had a perfect read on that. They kept seeing how Seymour was rotating his shoulders more and more and more. It was very clear he was going for the pull. That ball just sneaking under Klapwick. He had a chance, though. Great spots.
The Germans clinging on now to their mini break lead. Up 13-12. This is Eisentrager serving towards Klapwick. Eisentrager faking. Goes for a righty jam straight through Grant Clapwick.
That's the serve that we thought is reverse, but isn't. We've talked to both Eisentrager and Siemer about this. Lucas does not have a reverse. He will just jam the heck out of you, and he just got a no-touch jam ace.
Going for another ace. This time it's the lefty cut into the front rim. Over to the second court here. Now it's Grunebaum towards Fanaki. Germans trailing 9-14 here. Fanaki choosing to play through that fault, and a no-hit zone violation called on Fanaki from the observer. An easy break for the Germans, makes it 10-14 now.
Sometimes with Gabe, he's going to go for more creative footwork. He's going to make the harder choice to get the better shot. As a result, and as we saw there, it can put you in an uncomfortable spot. You got to go for a little more distance. You got to jump a little further, and at least right there, he was unable to clear it.
Piccone that time, choosing the easy shot. High lefty boom over the defense. Now it's 15-10. Fanaki for 73 to serve. Righty cut, it's upped. Will Piccone with the body defense though. The off-net set from Fanaki means Piccone has to go for a crazy behind-the-back shot that he obviously is unable to get back on the net.
Yeah, it would have been cool. Don't get me wrong, would have been cool, but that was a near impossible shot to attempt. So they'll keep things moving, but no flashy play there for Piccone.
Jumping to court 3. 11-16. Germans trailing. It's Lauterbach at the 7-foot line. It's crouching down. Goes for what looked like a lefty jam at Gross. It looks high.
It's funny, I feel like every time we've turned to this net, it's been Lauterbach serving, and I gotta say, I don't mind it. Loving the creativity he's bringing out. We're seeing all sorts of different stances. We're seeing all sorts of different tosses, the behind the back, the spin. Got a little bit of everything there. As we can tell, though, it has not been enough to take over this matchup. Gross and Bondi firmly in control. How to close out that one in 2.
Gross serving now. 6-point lead for the US of A. That jam swing just looking slightly over shoulder height. Second serve for Gross. That one just careening off the front rim. A double fault there means Fabi Klaus is next up. Before that can happen, we'll head over to court 1, where we see the Germans holding a, I believe, 17-14 lead now over Kingdom Come. Eisentrager stepping out left, goes righty jam, acing Clapwick again. Just aiming right at that left hip of Clapwick, and successful twice now.
Well, Germany, as we've said, in control of this. Looks like this will be a point that they are going to secure. The question is, can the rest of this German team surrounding them step it up? The U.S. taking the win in every single game won other than against ES right here. So it really comes down to the rest of this team and what they can do. The verdict here on this A net, borderline inconsequential for Germany unless they can make it happen elsewhere.
Now 15-18, the United States trailing. Clapwick taking a look at second serve here. And it's so good. Low lefty cut. Siemer having to get on his knees to try to receive it and still can't get out there.
And you can see that smile from Siemer. He knows that he is facing some of the most difficult serves in the world. He knew how good it was, and yes, it was very difficult to execute.
Now straight over to the second net. Fanaki serving at 18-13. Righty reverse. And it's put away on 2. That's Rasmus Prüfer taking the cheeky shot away from his teammate Grunebaum. An interesting hold there for the Germans.
But you'll take it. You need them at this point. Down by 5.
Some discussion between the Germans. Trying to get each other going. Coney looking slightly impatient, waiting to receive. Low lefty cut. Coney gets it up, and the set from Funaki is so good for Piccone to slam that one over the heads of the defense.
Credit goes to Will Piccone for getting a hand on that ball and actually touching the serve. But Gabe Funaki, the set of your dreams, baby.
Straight to the third net to watch the conclusion of this game 2. As the Germans trail 13-19 now.
As a reminder, each individual matchup is a best of 3, but as a whole, it is a technical best of 5. The first to 3 match victories in this squad versus squad matchup will take the win. And right now, it looks like very clearly the U.S. are going to win this one. It looks like Piccone and Funaki have the edge there in that B game. So one more game other than those two, and the U.S. will close out this semifinal, sending Germany to the bronze medal match.
And that hold from Joe Bondi means it'll be Ryan Gross to serve for the series win on this third net. And a nice lefty wrap there from Fabi Klaus, showing the athleticism to get to that drop from Ryan Gross.
We've seen some flashes of great play here from both Klaus and Lauterbach, but it just has not been enough. Down by 6. This one looks like it's just about curtains.
Klaus to Ryan Gross. Gross jumping out to receive that righty cut and putting it far and deep away from the defense, and it looks like that'll wrap things up on the third court and give the Americans their first point in this semifinals matchup against Germany, and now they are one step closer to reaching the finals in the gold medal match of this World Championship.
One down, 2 to go.
Jumping to the second net. Nice receive from Piccone, but an offset from Funaki, forcing Piccone into another behind-the-back attempt. Again, unsuccessful. The Germans looking for a last-minute rally here as they trail 18-20 now.
Yeah, that's a great break. It's really well timed because this is where your backs are against the wall and you need to force a game 3.
Lefty reverse swing there from Proofer. And off stream, it looked like Eisenstrager Seamer took the game 2 victory over Kingdom Come, as we see another break for the Germans here. That lefty swing perfect from Proofer, acing Gabe Funaki, making it 19-20 now. Now they're one break away from forcing extras.
Right, at this moment in time, we are tied up in this squad's matchup. ES taking it over Kingdom Come. Spotless taking it over Klaus and Lauterbach. 1-1.
I believe a timeout called there by the Americans on that second net. So we have a second to breathe before we get back into that intense final moments of that matchup.
Yeah, believe me, we need it. Trying to keep an eye on those 4th and 5th nets as well. Those are still ongoing, and we'll bring you updates as we have them. But as this crowd continues to funnel in and circle around these final 2 nets, you know that it is going to come down to, can Germany make this comeback?
Here it is from Proofer, 19-20. This is an uber important swing. That one lipping high. Gets one more.
This will not end it. This will just be the second point for the U.S. But if Germany can stave off that point any longer, that would go a long way.
Come on! And that lefty reverse off the front rim. And that'll end things here on the second net. Give the United States their second point in this squad matchup. Now just one away from reaching the finals here in Guildford.
2-1 right now. The U.S. just need one more point, and unfortunately, mid-match on the far side of the pitch, all we can do is squint hope to catch a glimpse of these final two matchups. Again, that is the D and E pairings, the 4 and 5 squads. For the United States, the 4-team Rogue, Ryan Marino and Thomas Hamilton. That's Lucas Christiani and Jonathan Harder opposing them on the German side. Connor Nelson and Kieran Rose, the 5-team, the E-team for the U.S., taking on Tim Clement and Julian Krale in the back. So the crowd, an incredible sight right now as we see maybe 200 people pouring down the pitch, going to circle around those final two nets. Hard to be sitting here, Henry, while this is happening. But right now, as you can see the crowd filtering in, you know that it is going to come down to these final few points.
And we'll await for any updates and give them to you as quickly as we can. But while that's going on these 3 nets that we got to watch, Jonah, it seemed like that second net was probably the most important of those 3 and definitely the most highly contested, as we saw that second game almost going into extras. What did you see from Will Piccone and Gabe Finocchi that allowed them to take that clutch second point for the Americans?
Well, the big difference for them, especially compared to what we saw them maybe struggling against France earlier, they were just a lot more consistent. They were getting a lot more defensive touches. It was just cleaned up across the board. They got some big aces. They got some big touches. And really, even though there was a good bit of pressure put on them by both Grunenbaum and Prüfer, it just wasn't enough. Piccone and Finocchi were consistent, and they hung in there until the end.
And we have a camera, a walking camera, I should say, on this 4th net coming out of a timeout. This is going to be Ryan Marino serving towards the Germans. Not sure the score, but hopefully we'll be able to tell by the audio level of the crowd where in this game they're at. That righty cut, lipping high. And I'm hearing in my ear that it's 17-16 in favor of the U.S.
So a close one.
Most likely game 2, I would think. Yep. That swing no good again. Make that 17 all now.
The U.S. took game 1, so it's Germany who need this.
Looks like it's Jonathan Harder to serve. Again, it's Jonathan Harder playing with Lucas Christiani against Ryan Marino and Thomas Hamilton. Ryan Marino receiving at the moment in the gray hoodie. Harder steps out, goes righty cut. Poorly handled by Marino, and the set from Hamilton not quite good enough. And Harder's service pressure gives the Germans the mini break.
That's huge. That is huge for Harder because, again, you need to win that second game, and they are well on their way to doing so if they can keep that momentum.
Now we look over at the 5th net. Tim Clement and Julian Krale taking on Connor Nelson and Kieran Rose. That match also still ongoing.
Another one where the Germans need it. It was the U.S. who took game 1.
Rose going for a wide split stance. They'll step out right. Rose righty cut, and it is ludicrous. That ball turned directly towards the receiver's partner. That was insane, Jonah. And we see back on the 4th net, a nice lefty wrap from Hamilton off net. Looks like that's a solid hold for the Americans.
You can't help but smile. You can't help but just grin ear to ear when Roundnet is in a setting like this. There is no better way to watch Roundnet than when there are 3, 4, 5 games happening at once. 1 point over here, an amazing serve. You turn to the left, an incredible rally from the best in the world. This is what Worlds is all about, and my goodness, is it coming to an amazing finish here on day 3.
A double fault from Hamilton. I believe it's 19-18 now. Germany's favor. Christiani serving towards Marino. Righty reverse swing. Misses the net entirely. There's Christiani's second swing. Handled well by Marino with the right hand. And that push shot up by Harder, and a beautiful set from Christiani, but Marino there for the touch, and the lefty push shot off the rim. A huge break for the Germans, puts them up 20-18 late in this game too.
Well, I said that serve from Harder was big, but that one even bigger. What a moment to step up for Germany. Even Ryan Marino and Thomas Hamilton not able to come out on top in that excellent rally. Germany well executed, 1 point away from taking this one.
20-18. Christiani serving towards Hamilton. That righty cut into the front rim. And now do or die time for Rogue here in this game too. They do have that game on cushion, Jonah, but how many times last year in 2023 did we see Rogue in a position like this and just made it look easy, like coming back was nothing for them?
When you're able to take the fight, the Rogue, and actually win some points against them late game, that is such a great sign for you and your future hopes, especially in Game 3 if we get there.
Christiani's second serve. That one lipping high. Ball will go to who else but Ryan Marino. Hoodie Marino at the moment.
Hoodie Marino is a scary Marino. You do not want to have to receive him.
Marino donning number 2. Steps right, lefty swing, misses the net. He has one more swing to keep their hopes alive of putting this series away in 2. Steps right again, goes lefty cut, and it misses. Game 2 taken by the Germans over Rogue. That one will go to a Game 3.
Well, it's all about that 5th game then. If the Germans can force a Game 3 there, then we've got some more round net coming your way, and we will move everything back towards these feature courts. Right now, though, it is all about Germany and if they can come through. It was Kieran Rose and Connor Nelson who took the win in Game 1. It is now Tim Clement and Julian Krele who need to come out on top here.
To serve, that's Krele. Set from Connor Nelson is butter, and Rose putting it away with the left hand.
Yeah, for both Krele and Clement, it really does come down to that first serve consistency, because you see it there. The U.S. are going to play those first serves. They're going to make you work for it.
Big lead for the Americans. I believe it's 20-14, and that one should do it. That wraps the semifinals up. United States taking it over Germany and clinching their berth into the gold medal match at this 2024 Roundnet World Championship. That is a clutch righty reverse swing from Kieran Rose to put that away in 2.
And who better to do it than Kieran Rose? He's looking for a little redemption. The runner-up last night in the mixed division final goes home with a silver medal from the World Championship, but he is hungry for a gold. You see him there embracing his girlfriend Holly, being surrounded by his team as they know how important that serve was. Don't have to worry about Game 3. You don't have to worry about these decider matchups. They move themselves to the gold medal match where they will await either Canada or Switzerland.
And what an exciting way to have that semifinals wrap up. Kieran Rose electrifying the crowd, electrifying the American crowd at least. I don't know if the Europeans were too happy to see that one. But as we head into the finals here, Jonah, which will take place tomorrow afternoon for the men's, what do you look for from what you saw from the Americans in this semifinals matchup? Anything you want them to take forward, or maybe anything you want them to leave behind in the semifinals going up against the winner of Canada and Switzerland?
I think the story here for them is more taking something forward. I didn't see a lot of issues here across the board for the U.S. They seemed consistent, right? I think, yes, the ceiling is a little higher for some of them, but really this was a great bit of round net from the United States. Against Canada or Switzerland, you've got to think that Canada is the heavy favorite in that semifinal. Could be a rematch of last year's World Championship final between Canada and the United States. And a match that we thought 2 years ago would be U.S. dominated was not. And it came down to the wire. So believe you me, it is going to be much closer and much more intense this year after Canada has proven that they have the U.S.'s number. Now, again, Switzerland, we're still awaiting that result of that semifinal. They could very well have a shot there, but you got to think that with Canada as the favorites, yes, a good performance here from the U.S., but they will have their work cut out for them tomorrow when they go, presumably, against the Canadians.
Now, on the side of Germany, Jonah, they'll be competing now in the third place match, the bronze medal match, which will take place pretty briefly later on tonight. Anything you saw from the Germans, do you think maybe they have some momentum? They were able to keep it close against the Americans. Do you think they're feeling good, or do you think they'll need to change up some things in order to take that victory in the third place game?
I think, again, in that situation, the Germans would be the heavy favorite. Switzerland men, they've been good and they've been very strong. They took down Italy in the quarterfinal to get to the semis. But when you look at these top 4 teams, it does feel like, rather the top 3 teams at least, it does feel like Canada, the U.S., and Germany are just a cut above the rest. And it seems like as long as Germany play the same game we saw from them now, they play the same game they played in groups, they play the same game that individually they've been playing all week, I don't think they'll have a problem taking home the bronze. No matter who they're playing, it's going to be a fight. They're not going to be able to get out of that one easily, but I do think they will be the favorite coming in, and they just need to allow themselves to stay consistent, ride that European high that seems to be carrying the energy so far through this week.
And on the field for us right now, we have our buddy Tops with coach for the Americans and former world champ himself, Buddy Hammond. Should be a fun interview. Let's send it right over to Tops right now.
With me, the man, the legend, Buddy Hammond. You know him, you love him. He's world champion from the last ones. And I'm here with you because you guys won. Did you think it will be this close?
Yeah, we knew we were going to have to fight. We knew ES with how they played yesterday and winning the individual. They're coming out with a fire and they have something to prove. They took down our #1 team, but the rest of the squad stepped up. Really exciting to see the camaraderie and the energy move to the nets that needed them. But we did our thing. We're moving on to the finals.
That's beautiful. You as a coach, did you give them some insights? What is your insight about like the European growth and stuff? What do you think about this Worlds compared to the last Worlds?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of growth, and I've been saying it for a long time, where a lot of the countries and players have had all of the skills they've needed to compete at the top level, but it's been a matter of being consistent and not making an error here and there, and we're seeing them clean it up quite a bit, which is forcing our guys to play even cleaner, right? So if we find ourselves late in the game and it's 1 break instead of 2, we got to finish those games. So luckily we did that. But yeah, the level of play is just increasing over and over. Balls are getting hit harder and harder. Angles are getting even more extreme from 2 years ago. So it's really exciting to see the overall quality of play improving. But as a squad, we're still doing our thing. We're showing up and we're showing that we are the best in the world.
Buddy, great insights. You're like a legend of the game. I'm very proud that I can stand next to you. I also like watched your stuff and saw you all over the place, and I'm very happy to be here with you. With us is also another great team that we introduced right now. Thank you, buddy. Have fun. I think it's going to be a good time for the US.
Love it. Love it. Love you. Appreciate it, man.
We're good. All right. We got another team coming up. Guys, first off, how was the game?
The game the series just played, it was awesome. Yeah, I felt like really well the whole time. These guys dominated, but ours was a little closer. But we were ahead the whole time.
How did you feel about it?
Ryan and I played some of our best ball for sure. We hit a lot of serves, played a lot of good defense, and didn't really get broken. And that's the name of the game. It was very fun. It was a very fun series.
Oh well, how do you think? Like, have you been expecting that you will have those close games, or did you think like, okay, this is gonna be kind of an easy one?
I thought it was gonna be really close because Rasmus was serving, and that was right. But even when we got ahead, he would always get like 3 or 4 back. But I think for the most part, I returned him a lot better, and I think that was the key of why we won.
So you guys are up for finals?
Oh, very, yeah.
Ready to go. Yeah. Ready to go for sure.
Yeah, you look like it. So going into this Worlds, what is your initial thought? Like, did you think like you're gonna go? Let's put it that way. How did you think is the competition going to be? Like, is it more like, okay, hey, we have so strong competition in the US and we're gonna just roll over, or did you already think, maybe there are some edgy games in there?
I knew Europe was gonna be good. I knew Germany was gonna be way ahead. I didn't expect ES to do as well as they did. I thought they were gonna get quarters as best. I didn't think they had it in the win, but they're way better than I thought.
Yeah. I think also for a lot was like championships in like Spikeball championships. Last one was like for some indicator that like the gap is pretty close. They are pretty far, but it's actually, I think, for some games pretty close.
Closing in, yeah.
So,
The
yeah.
gap is getting tighter. The gap is closing, I would say.
Yeah. And you're excited for tomorrow?
So excited. We're pumped. Pumped to play Canada.
Yeah, very excited. Got to get revenge on Canada from yesterday.
I have one more question. For tomorrow is a very important day. Do you have any rituals? Like, how do you prepare for tomorrow? Is it what are you doing? Like morning or evening?
Well, we're both Christians, so we both pray. But no, nothing superstitious or anything like that for me, at least. Just get up, get warm, and hope we're gonna do well.
But Joe is crazy, huh?
I would say before big games, like really big games, when I'm feeling nervous, I like to journal. And it's like a prayer journal, and that really gets my mind right, gets my mind in the right spot. Yeah.
I actually saw the journal yesterday. You were here next to the streaming tent, huh?
Yeah, I did that just for the sake of this interview, actually.
That's a very good word here for closing down this interview. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go back to the commentators, and thank you so much for watching.
Well, thank you, Thomas.
Is Joe Bondi not the dream man?
Just a walking green flag.
Could I marry that guy? He's taken. He got married earlier this year. Can you believe that? That's such a shame.
I'm in shambles over here. Anyway, thank you, Thomas. Got some great interviews there with Buddy Hammond, Joe Bondi, Gabe Finocchi. Great work on the field there. And Joe and Gabe might have given a little bit of a spoiler, but we do have an update on that other semifinals match that we weren't able to stream. Joe, do you want to take that?
Yeah, it was Team Canada who indeed took a clean sweep over Switzerland in their semifinal, so they will indeed move ahead to the finals against the U.S. That'll be a big one.
Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow. We still have bronze medal match coming up later this evening. I believe we're covering the women's bronze medal match. Is that correct?
That definitely correct, yes.
I'm stoked for that. So yeah, that's going to do it for us from now. From us for now, if I can get those words right. We'll be back later for that bronze medal match that I mentioned. And yeah, enjoy this break, and see you soon.
See you soon.
Welcome to Round Rock, Texas for the 2022 Spikeball Tour Series Championship. Throughout the year, we've watched the best teams in the sport compete all across the globe, and it has all led down Welcome to Round Rock, Texas for the 2022 Spikeball Tour Series Championship. Throughout the year, we've watched the best teams in the sport compete all across the globe, and it has all led down to this, the season's grand finale, where the best of the best have come together to compete for the title. We're here at the beautiful Round Rock Multipurpose Complex, where the Spikeball Tour Series Championship has been in full swing. Over the past 2 days, we've seen some incredible roundnet played at the highest level. I'm Jonas Willinger. I'm here with the one and only Mike White, who actually... Sure, I'm just the one and only. Welcome to Round Rock, Texas for the 2022 Spikeball Tour Series Championship. Throughout the year, we've watched the best teams in the sport compete all across the globe, and it has all led down to this, the season's grand finale, where the best of the best have come together to compete for the title. We are are here at the beautiful Round Rock Multipurpose Complex where the Spikeball Tour Series Championship has been in full swing the past 2 days. We have seen some incredible Roundnet played at the highest level, and I cannot wait to finally determine our victors. I'm Jonas Willinger. I'm here with Mike White, who actually has some experience.
Welcome to Guildford. Nestled in the Surrey Hills, an area of outstanding natural beauty, Guildford is a diverse riverside town in the heart of Surrey. The town is recognised for its stunning high street with historic sets and iconic 17th century Guildhall clock that transports you back in time. There are over 1,200 listed buildings. The streets and passageways are lined with interesting heritage and historic sites. Guildford is a popular shopping and leisure destination. The 3 shopping centres are filled with fashionable shops and trendy independent stores. Take in a show at one of our bustling theatres or live music venues. Guildford's calendar is full of year-round events and festivals. Guildford has numerous restaurants, cosy cafes, and traditional pubs. Local food and craft markets are held regularly in the town centre. For nature lovers, take a stroll along the towpaths of the River Way. The river flows through the town and is popular with narrowboats and water activities. A short walk away is the North Downs and Surrey Hills. Here you can take in panoramic views over the Surrey countryside and explore the ancient woodland at Chantry Wood. Guildford is well catered for sports enthusiasts. Spectrum Leisure Centre and Surrey Sports Park offer a large variety of sporting activities. Why not enjoy an outdoor swim at Guildford Lido? Awarded the most green flag awards in the southeast, Guildford has over 80 parks, gardens, and green spaces to discover. In the heart of town, you will find Guildford Castle and its colourful grounds. The grounds are an oasis of tranquility and are famed for their striking seasonal flower displays. Popular Stoke Park has something for everyone. Relax in the peaceful Japanese garden, cool off in the paddling pool, or zip through the trees at Wildwood. The 27 hectares of rolling grassland are enjoyed by cyclists, walkers, and runners. Whether visiting alone or in a group, Guildford has something for all ages. So come and visit and explore. What are you waiting for?
Hi, I'm Michael from Team Spikeball. Today we're taking a look at the new and improved Spikeball Standard Kit. All right, first things first. Just by looking at it, you can tell that it's sturdier than the OG standard kit. The rims are a little bit wider, and they also come with these yellow tabs to make setup even easier. The kit comes with 2 new balls. One's a little bit bigger if you're starting out, and one's smaller if you want a challenge. Both have pips for more grip. The new standard kit is built for quicker setup, better rallies, and it folds up or breaks down so you can take the fun wherever you want. See you out there.
I'm Jack, I am chair of British Roundnet. We are the governing body for England, Wales and Scotland. Welcome to the British Roundnet English Open. Let's go! The vibe is buzzing, the vibe is exciting.
It's our first tournament, so we were a little bit nervous, but we've had a brilliant time.
It's one of those games that you can pick up super quick. What's the phrase? Easy to pick up, difficult to master.
Even if it's your first time, doesn't matter. Everyone starts off somewhere, and it's really, really nice how everyone understands that.
I heard about it through Max, our friend.
Saw 4 guys playing.
My partner then heard about it. Her parents heard about it, who have bought a net. Her cousins have heard about it, and it's just nice to see how it expands.
3 words to describe British Roundnet, I would say
competitive, fun, and friendly, for sure.
Unique, open-minded, lovable characters.
Friendly is number 1. Welcoming is number 2. I'd say inclusive.
It's like a community as well. Like everyone's just so kind and lovely. Get everyone involved. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Fun
that
fit
may have been more than one word.
Fun fit community.
guys should go.
All right. My people. My people.
This is where we're gonna win right here.
C games, B games, let's win. Women's games, let's win. A games, steal us some games. We need those, all right?
We are the best school in the nation at Roundnet.
Shake off those nerves right now, okay? We're ready for this.
This has had such a positive impact. The friendships that have been made and the support between each other has been really, really important.
The inclusivity point of view, we've been able to open things up and say to people, you can all join in with this.
Disabled people in particular, there's the opportunity to manage long-term health conditions. It's very important for mental health and for independence as well. And actually getting the confidence to get back out and about in the community is really important.
When we think about health, it is so all-encompassing. It's about your connectivity, it's about your mental well-being, your physical well-being. With these projects that we do, they're building all of these new skills, you know, wrapped in empathy and understanding and mutual respect and awareness for their community and individually. And I think, you know, it's a really special mechanism that we've been able to build.
It's been wonderful, really wonderful.
I think I did enough crying yesterday. So, no, maybe not. Okay. There are so many people here that share the same love of this ball and net, right? It's come a long way. And to have seen it advance the way it has over the last decade, it's something special to me. And the fact that you guys see that same value in this sport that we are growing, that each and every one of you are part of, is absolutely special.
Teared up today just watching Women's Roundnet and the community around that just celebrates Women's Roundnet. So I am so pumped. I'm happy to be here, but I'm really happy for Women's Roundnet today.
Like the rest of these guys, we get to practice with the best, we get to compete with the best, prepare each other for moments like this. I think that's why we're able to do it.
This is so awesome. I think I can speak for all of Team USA when I say that this has been a dream come true. Just meeting all of these ladies and everyone here and getting to make new friends has been incredible. We're so thankful for everyone that showed up, and Roundnet Belgium, everyone's hard work that went into this event. It's been just wildly amazing, and we're so happy that we got to be here and share these memories with all of you guys.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day here at the Spikeball Roundnet World Championship. We are stoked to be bringing you the action from the men and women's squad finals.
Come on! Oh my god, they're breaking this thing down.
We fought, boys. We did this thing. We're going home champions, and we look forward to the next one. And you guys are gonna bring it. We know you are. Keep bringing that energy, bring that intensity, and we look forward to fighting with you guys in a couple years again. Thank you for everything. So much love to everyone out there, and we'll see you again in a couple years. Let's do this thing. Keep bringing that energy, bring that intensity, and we look forward to fighting with you guys. And we'll see you again in a couple years. Let's do this thing.
Welcome to Guildford. Nestled in the Surrey Hills, an area of outstanding natural beauty, Guildford is a diverse riverside town in the heart of Surrey. The town is recognised for its stunning high street with historic sets and iconic 17th century Guildhall clock that transports you back in time. There are over 1,200 listed buildings. The streets and passageways are lined with interesting heritage and historic sites. Guildford is a popular shopping and leisure destination. The 3 shopping centres are filled with fashionable shops and trendy independent stores. Take in a show at one of our bustling theatres or live music venues. Guildford's calendar is full of year-round events and festivals. Guildford has numerous restaurants, cosy cafes, and traditional pubs. Local food and craft markets are held regularly in the town centre. For nature lovers, take a stroll along the towpaths of the River Way. The river flows through the town and is popular with narrowboats and water activities. A short walk away is the North Downs and Surrey Hills. Here you can take in panoramic views over the Surrey countryside and explore the ancient woodland at Chantry Wood. Guildford is well catered for sports enthusiasts. Spectrum Leisure Centre and Surrey Sports Park offer a large variety of sporting activities. Why not enjoy an outdoor swim at Guildford Lido? Awarded the most Green Flag Awards in the South East, Guildford has over 80 parks, gardens, and green spaces to discover. In the heart of town, you will find Guildford Castle and its colourful grounds. The grounds are an oasis of tranquility and are famed for their striking seasonal flower displays. Popular Stoke Park has something for everyone. Relax in the peaceful Japanese garden, cool off in the paddling pool, or zip through the trees at Wildwood. The 27 hectares of rolling grassland are enjoyed by cyclists, walkers, and runners. Whether visiting alone or in a group, Guildford has something for all ages. So come and visit and explore. What are you waiting for?
Hi, I'm Michael from Team Spikeball. Today we're taking a look at the new and improved Spikeball Standard Kit. Alright, first things first. Just by looking at it, you can tell that it's sturdier than the OG Standard Kit. The rims are a little bit wider, and they also come with these yellow tabs to make setup even easier. The kit comes with 2 new balls. One's a little bit bigger if you're starting out, and one's smaller if you want a challenge. Both have pips for more grip. The new Standard Kit is built for quicker setup, better rallies, and it folds up or breaks down so you can take the fun wherever you want. See you out there!
I'm Jack. I am chair of British Roundnet. We are the governing body for England, Wales and Scotland. Welcome to the British Roundnet English Open. The vibe is buzzing, the vibe is exciting.
It's our first tournament, so we were a little bit nervous, but we've had a brilliant time.
It's one of those games that you can pick up super quick. What's the phrase? Easy to pick up, difficult to master.
Even if it's your first time, doesn't matter. Everyone starts off somewhere, and it's really, really nice how everyone understands that.
I heard about it through Max, our friend.
I saw 4 guys playing.
My partner then heard about it. Her parents heard about it, who had bought a net. Her cousins have heard about it, and it's just nice to see how it expands.
In 3 words to describe British Roundnet, I would say
Competitive, fun, and friendly, for sure.
Unique, open-minded, lovable characters.
Friendly is number 1. Welcoming is number 2. I'd say inclusive.
It's like a community as well. Like everyone's just so kind and lovely. Get everyone involved. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Fun
that
fit
may have been more than one word.
Fun fit community.
All right. My people. My people. This is where we're gonna win right here. C games, B games, let's win. Women's games, let's win. A games, steal us some games. We need those, all right?
We are the best school in the nation at Roundnet. Shake off those nerves right now, okay? We're ready for this.
This has had such a positive impact. The friendships that have been made and the support between each other has been really, really important.
The inclusivity point of view, we've been able to open things up and say to people, you can all join in with this.
Disabled people in particular, there's the opportunity to manage long-term health conditions. It's very important for mental health and for independence as well. And actually getting the confidence to get back out and about in the community is really important.
When we think about health, it is so all-encompassing. It's about your connectivity, it's about your mental well-being, your physical well-being. With these projects that we do, they're building all of these new skills, you know, wrapped in empathy and understanding and mutual respect and awareness for their community and individually. And I think, you know, it's a really special mechanism that we've been able to build.
It's been wonderful, really wonderful.
I think I did enough crying yesterday. So no, maybe not. Okay. There are so many people here that share the same love of this ball and net, right? It's come a long way. And to have seen it advance the way it has over the last decade, it's something special to me. And the fact that you guys see that same value in this sport that we are growing, that each and every one of you are part of, is absolutely special.
Teared up today just watching Women's Roundnet and the community around that just celebrates Women's Roundnet. So I am so pumped. I'm happy to be here, but I'm really happy for Women's Roundnet today.
Like the rest of these guys, we get to practice with the best, we get to compete with the best, prepare each other for moments like this. I think that's why we're able to do it.
so awesome. I think I can speak for all of Team USA when I say that this has been a dream come true. Just meeting all of these ladies and everyone here and getting to make new friends has been incredible. We're so thankful for everyone that showed up, and Roundnet Belgium, everyone's hard work that went into this event. It's been just wildly amazing, and we're so happy that we got to be here and share these memories with all of you guys.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day here at the Spikeball Roundnet World Championship. We are stoked to be bringing you the action from the men and women's squad finals.
Come on! Oh my God, they're breaking this thing down.
We fought, boys. We did this thing. We're going home champions, and we look forward to the next one. And you guys are gonna bring it. We know you are. Keep bringing that energy, bring that intensity, and we look forward to fighting with you guys in a couple years again. Thank you for everything. So much love to everyone out there, and we'll see you again in a couple years. Let's do this thing.
welcome in for the bronze medal match of the women's squad division here at the 2024 Roundnet World Championship. I'm Henry Pilate alongside Jonas Willinger. A very exciting European matchup here. We have Austria taking on France. We open things up on net number 3 here, the C net, with France serving. An early 2-1 lead for the French. That serve upped well and a nice put away there. Looks like that was Orlandini on the put away. Now to the second net.
This is a good one here for the French. We see a good start here. Obviously, Austria off to a hot start. Arguably, I think, Henry, you could say the favored team in this matchup. The French, of course, getting here after their loss to the U.S. in the semifinals. The Germans taking the win over the Austrians, knocked the Austrians to this third-place game. That locked in our finals as USA-Germany, and the bronze medal yet to be determined right now. 5 games happening simultaneously, Henry, and I gotta say, I do not know what to expect across the board here. From the A to the E, I think this is a hotly contested battle.
Yeah, this A matchup is gonna be very exciting. Two teams that performed very well in the women's individual division. And Austria, as a squad, having the 2 seed going into bracket, sure, they wanted to be in that finals match tomorrow, but a bronze medal to go home with is nothing to scoff at. Still on the second net here. Quick righty cut there from the Austrian team. And a great defensive touch for a solid chance at a defensive conversion, but it's up by the French to save the hold. That's Lisa for the French, getting the body up and the put away.
Yeah, that's a great touch. There was so much going on in that rally. It started with Kornek's serve, a fantastic serve that somehow Duport and Lisa got that ball back. Yet the rally kept going with the French eventually persevering.
And now on the first net, we see Natasha Alt going for a cheeky lefty drop just into the front rim. So now her second swing is safely on, and they'll try to play some defense, which we'll see a lot from that A team on the French. Just a high serve percentage and relying on their athleticism that we talked about last night. Very athletic women's team, and using it to try to get as many defensive touches as possible. We saw a touch there. Unable to convert, but bodes well for the rest of the game.
Well, this matchup between Donnie Cutlitz, Megan Laybourne, Natasha Alt, Ines Payson, one that we did not see in the bracket, but you might have expected to see. The top 4 women's teams in the world, 2 of them you see here in front of you. It was Alt and Payson who ended up with the bronze medal in the individual competition. Laybourne and Cutlitz who ended up with the gold. So it would be big here if Alt and Payson are able to make something happen.
Now over to net C. Gives the Austrians a chance to hold, but a great defensive up for the French, and they put it on with the left hand. But now the Austrians trying to hold, and they do it successfully. Good job from the Austrian C team there to stay in it, put it away to save the hold. Again, Austrians in the white here, French in the bluish, purplish mixture jerseys. Pretty easy to tell apart, fortunately for us. Now stepping out, righty cut, looks just caught the rim. Orlandini serving here. Orlandini will step out to her right, fakes left, just taps it on with the righty. Now the French with a nice flick put away to hold on to their lead. That makes this a 7-5 game now.
Well, you saw the choice there from Orlandini to just drop that one on and play defense. We've seen this from Orlandini and her partner, Coco Lehner, in the past, right? They do like to put this on and just force their opponents to play offense, force them to play clean. A little mistake, all of a sudden you've got a defensive break coming your way. It's a strategy we've seen from a lot of these top women's teams.
We just saw a wicked lefty cut from her wall. Another one here, not as wide, but gets the job done as it goes through Lehner. Back-to-back breaks for the French here makes this a 9-5 lead all of a sudden, Jonah. Well, it goes righty cut this time into the front rim.
Big for Ruro to get that pressure.
Roll. Starting with the wide stance. We'll just put it on safely with a righty cut. And a cheeky drop from Orlandini. Looked like the French were there, but maybe some miscommunication on defense. They're not able to convert. And we'll jump over to net B. And it looks like a timeout has been taken. Not entirely sure by who, so while they're in timeout, we'll jump over to net A. As we see the matchup I've been excited for a long time now, since we figured out who would be in this bronze medal match. It'll be Natasha Alt to serve 7-7. Now it's 7-all.
This is a matchup that we were robbed of yesterday in both groups and in the bracket. A big one now, especially when every single one of these games is going to be hotly contested. It's not just a B team that you got to focus on. At all levels, this could go either way.
And again, we see the French in position, trying to get the defensive up on second serve, but the strong hit, that time from Megan Laybourne, puts it through the defense.
And just to reiterate, these are the world champs in the Austrian side going against the bronze medal team who finished yesterday. I mean, this is a very significant matchup. The French would love to put a little dent into how good the Austrians are feeling right now after that individual performance in that division.
And now Payson hitting far, but Austrians there, and a great diving put away. Megan Laybourne laying it all out for that one.
And going all the way downtown to get that ball. She started way out long, grabbing that defensive touch, comes all the way back and finishes it with a bit of flair, finishes it with that dive. You love to see it.
Back over to net B, we see Austria with a 15-9 lead, and that lets us know that that timeout that we just saw taken, likely taken by France. Great lefty swing from the Austrians, but Lisa for the French. Nice backhand pull to stop that bleeding. And they'll rotate at 10-15. Looks like it'll be Duport to serve. Duport steps out right. Nice swing there. Great set, and the diving put away from the Austrians. Teskey with a great hold. Keep the momentum on their side. That'll be Teskey to swing. Her first serve lips high.
Well, Lisa, you see her on the close side of your screen. One of the more intense first names we've had to try to pronounce this weekend, Henry. I'll give it a shot now. Rather, last names, I believe. Vanaga Muadia. Definitely butchered that. You nailed this earlier. You nailed this earlier.
Lanangu. I'm not even going to try it.
You're not even going to try it. You're not even going to try it. We were
Yeah,
told
I'm
to just go with Lisa. We were told to just go with Lisa, and that's definitely the vibe.
Yeah, last name Lisa. We were told that's okay, so we're going to stick with that. But now over to the C net. Defensive opportunity for the French. Not able to put it back on. That's a tough set there. We're all not able to get it back to the net. But nevertheless, a 12-9 lead for the French over on this C net. Missed first serve there from Orlandini. French will call high there. Looked high to me, and the observer, Ezra Danowitz, agrees. Now we'll jump back to court 2 here. Serving is Kornick for Austria. Triple fault. They're still up 4 points here in the first game.
Yeah, great spot to be, especially in game one. Each of these are going to be a best of 3, so you come out swinging in game one, you give yourself that lead, really forces your opponents into that awkward spot.
Lisa running that one down, a great touch. Just a little bit too far back over the head of Duport. Duport not able to set it or get it back onto the net. And I believe I misspoke earlier. I believe Lisa is her first name, like you mentioned, Jonah, so apologies for that.
But great athleticism on display there on the attempt there from Lisa and Duport. Anais, we saw her try to get that ball back towards the net, just unable to do so.
I was there.
Some communication about where everyone should be on the net, making sure everyone's in the right spots. An 18-13 lead for Austria. Teskey to serve. Towards Lisa. That one no good. It's a double fault for Teskey. So it'll be 14-18, ball in the hands of Lisa. And just a reminder, these 3 nets we're showing you are just 3 of the 5 games series that will decide the winner of this bronze medal match. There are 2 other matches to be played. We'll do our best to bring you coverage for those.
When we can, certainly bring you the update with the score. In the back.
Nice backhand put away from Lisa there.
On net 4 for Austria. That's Angie Bauer, Tamara Sundel against Amelie Jolie, excuse me. And Novares. On the 5th net, we have Adu and Martin on the French side against Mrak and Sibrel on the Austrian side.
On the first court here, we see Ines Payson to serve. Towards Megan Laybourne. She steps out right. Goes lefty cut off the front rim. Great look from Payson there. Now jump back to the B net quickly. He's jammed up on the set from Duport. Not able to put it on the net, so it's another break for Austria. And their lead extends now to 20-15. It's Kornick to serve. Great lefty cut, but handled well by the French. Teskey for the defensive put on and gets there, and on 2 from Duport. Slams it away. A confident hit there from the French.
A smart on 2 in a situation like that. You got yourself a long rally. Everyone is in system, keeping an eye on that 3rd touch, but she saw an opening, recognized the hole. That is an excellent shot there from Teskey, seeing the gap and capitalizing.
16-20. Duport needs some magic right now. And the Austrians put it away on game point, wrapping things up quickly and snatching that game 1. 21-16. Fairly dominating fashion.
Such a good way to start. Really great way to begin. As you kick things off in this series, you want to get that first win, and they've done it. You see them immediately go over to their teammates, telling them that we're all right, we got that first game. You move on to game 2, and you put the responsibility on the shoulders of the French to make a comeback.
Now, over to the 3rd net. Let's see here. Dominating lead for the French. Serve right now is Martinez. And they'll play through this fault. No, they won't. I lied. Faked me out. So it'll be 2nd serve for Martinez. Tap on here. Trying to play some defense. Steps in front of it. Gets a body up. The set's great. The lefty put on. No good. And the Austrians slamming it away, but I believe a no-hit zone violation called by the observer on Austria. So it goes down as a break for France. What a quick rally there, Jonah.
And I really thought that was a big chance for Austria. We saw Daria Orlandini with some excellent work there, but she went for the hit. I think that was a hit on 2 early in that rally that gave France an opportunity that they would not have otherwise had. Martinez and Rouault capitalizing on it, and look at this lead they hold now.
19-10. Finally, Orlandini putting that one away cleanly, getting the ball back in their own hands. It'll beat Orlandini to serve, down 8 points. They'll need a staggering comeback.
Any one of these servers can get hot in any given time. Let's see if Orlandini can make it happen now.
That's a great receive there. And goes for a cheeky lefty drop, but the Austrians there. The hit is going to lip up. However, that set not back to the net. So the Austrians with one break of many that they need.
Impressive, though. Incredible, impressive pick one. I mean, it's been a lot of touches, a lot of big rallies here, even on this third net, and we're seeing a competitive game. Unfortunately here, it seems like France have almost put this one out of reach, but at least for the Austrians, they can get some momentum back going into game two.
Back to net. Hey, what a serve from Megan Laybourne, and the diving put away from Payzone, though. Wow, what a phenomenal point to start things out as we jump over to the A net.
Well, what everyone says about this French duo, what everyone says about Payson is that she is one of the most athletic women's round net players out there. An athletic dive, a beautiful movement over the no-hit zone to get the point for France.
Now back to the C net as we see the French with a 20-12 lead. 8 game points, make that 7 game points now as Orlandini with a nice diving wrap, keep them in it. And you can see in the background the wind knocking down 2 of the banners hung up on the field. This wind is a massive factor right now, folks. And there, it looks like Martinez going to get called for a no-hit zone violation, so a break for Austria. Means it's now 14-20, still a lot of ground to make up here. Swing into the front rim. It'll be second serve now. Do or die for Austria.
Do or die for Coco Lehner.
And that hit touched from the defense, but far and away from the net. So the French comfortably taking game one, 21-14. Now on nets 2 and 3, we see France and Austria splitting game one for each.
Well, it's back to the drawing board for Lehner and Orlandini. Hard fought, but not close enough. The French able to get out to a significant lead and just not enough of a comeback there by Orlandini or Lehner.
We'll head over to the A net. Great reverse from Laybourne. Forces a tough hit for Payzone, and she hits it into the rim. Another break for Austria, extending their lead. Now giving them 5 game points, 20-15. Laybourne will serve to alt.
Well, they're the world champs after all. This is how you expected this one to go. It's close, but right now it's Austria in control. Laybourne and Cutlets, strong performance so far.
I believe the French will play through this, and they will. And a nice backhand flick from alt, puts that one away. That'll give the ball to herself. She'll need 4 breaks here in a row to stay in this game one.
Score update from our 5th court, 21-18, Austria winning on the E nets. So currently Austria 2 points here in this first round, at least 2 games. Each of these a best of 3. But a great start there for Austria. Looks like they're going to collect a game 1 win here on net 1 as well.
Alt puts that serve into the rim. And that'll do it for game 1 as Austria with Megan Laybourne and Donnie Cutlets taking game 1.
Well, world champs carrying that momentum in from yesterday, making it very clear that they deserve to be the best. You could argue, oh, hey, if the French were able to take that one and all of a sudden it is Ines Payson, it is Natasha Alt to win that game, you're like, wait a minute, shouldn't they be the world champs now? Pass the belt to the next team? Nah, not so much. Laybourne and Cutlets, great work from them.
Over to the B net, you see Austria with a nice put away into the body of Lisa. To serve it will be Teskey for Austria. Swing into the front rim. Teskey steps out. Nice righty jam. But the French have a chance to put it on it, but they won't. It's a break for Teskey, Alina Teskey, extending this Austrian lead now to 4 points, 8-4, and it'll be a timeout called by the French.
Yeah, it was the set there from Lisa that gave them a little bit of trouble, right? That in system should probably convert that. Nice little 1-2-3, get that ball to Duport and put that thing away. Unfortunately, a little misstep. Take a timeout, see if you can regroup.
Now over to the third court. It's Orlandini with a wide righty cut. Acing roll for the French. Great way to start things off in game 2 here for the Austrians. Phenomenal serve. Now 2-0.
Well, we said that the Austrians needed to start off hot this time. That's exactly how you want to do it.
Orlandini will step out right for second serve. And it's another nice righty cut. The French calling high, and it will get called high by the observer. So now ball to roll for the French. Starting off with that wide stance, which we've seen a lot from her. Goes for a drop. That time it's handled. And the hit, that time that's Lehner whiffing on the hit and giving the French an easy break, tying things up. Now at 2 apiece. And with that, we'll jump over to court 2, watching the B net. Now it's Duport serving, and it's a nice serve. But the phenomenal lefty wrap as she's diving. That's Kornick for Austria. That one electrifying the crowd. Didn't think she had that much angle there, Jonah.
Yeah, that was the best play we've seen on this net so far. She made so much more angle for herself by really going for that dive, reaching around her body with the left hand and putting that thing away. She's a lefty, it seems, but man, was that athletic either way.
And now a defensive opportunity. Lisa with the backhand push flick. It's perfect. Great hold from France. Makes it 6-9 as they rotate. Lisa serving to Teskey. Lisa feigning both ways, goes backhand into the front rim.
Both Teskey and Kornick, volleyball backgrounds, took that to the sport of round net, and they've been very successful in doing so.
Solid hold there from the Austrians after a nice safe serve from Lisa. Back on court 1 here. Great pull shot there from Ines Payson. We're very much in the early stages of this game too. Payson will serve at 1 apiece. Fakes lefty, goes righty cut. Looks like she might have had the angle there, but it's into the front rim.
One of those servers that has power with both hands, a threat on both sides. So you gotta bite when she fakes, you gotta move. You cannot afford to give up that space.
This time, trying to play some defense once again, but that flick from Megan Laybourne, just too good, so low.
Our 4th net, game 1 concluded with Austria taking the win, giving them 4 out of the 5 game 1 victories, putting France in a position where they need to rally and take a lot of these second games to force a game 3 and to give themselves a chance.
We expected Austria to do well in this matchup, but if there's any team at this tournament that can get some momentum quickly thanks to the crowd, it is the French. They are here and they are loud and they are in vast quantities. We're seeing Cutlets on her second serve towards alt. Looks like a righty jam or reverse swing into the front rim though, so it's a double fault. That'll make it knotted up at 2-2. Natasha Alt to serve. Back to Cutlets. Alt steps out left, fakes righty, goes left, but Cutlets easily there and slams it away with the right hand. That is great in-system offense there from the Austrian A team.
Well, the French crowd always bringing it. Looking to support their women here for the remainder of the night.
Great receive from Payzone there. Goes for the push flick. And looks like Megan Laybourne was there. Not sure if it actually got back on the net and off, and the observer ruling that it did, in fact, come off of her hand and back onto the net cleanly. Observer saying she stayed out of the no-hit zone. What a bang-bang play that'll go the Austrians' way. Sometimes luck is just on your side. Nice receive there from Alt. Goes with a lefty pull.
So nice.
Straight past Cutlets, or rather, Laybourne, sorry.
It's a great shot.
Now we're gonna jump over to court 2 here. Ball in the hands of Teskey. Alina Teskey steps out right. That serve will lip high.
Teskey's mom came all the way to London here to support them, joining the Austrian fan base.
Teskey with a nice reverse look there, and it will be enough to create a break, but an unruly looking collision over on the side of your screen between Lisa and Kornek. Lisa slow to get up, but it looks like she'll be okay. She'll play through it. Love to see everyone coming out of that healthy.
And good to see the encouragement there from the Austrians, making sure that everybody's all right. No issues after that collision. Big lead right now for Austria.
It is a huge lead, 15-8. Rather, it should be 16-8 now after that break. Lisa still looking a little shaken up. They do have an injury timeout that they can use the last 5 minutes. And a great serve. That time it's Teskey going through Lisa. Hopefully Lisa is okay. She doesn't seem to be 100% right now. Going to play regardless.
Funny enough, Teskey actually a nurse at a cardiac intensive care unit, so if Lisa needs any cardiac assistance, Teskey can be there to help out.
Well, hopefully it doesn't come to that, but it is good to have that in the back of your mind as we see a great backhand put away. That time it's Dupour. That one was far from the net, and now we'll jump over to the C net. See here a nice put-on serve from the French, and Orlandini going on 2. Another backhand put away. That one also over the defense of the French. It's Orlandini serving towards roll.
Well, Orlandini still working on her serves, still getting those reps in, she told us. But with only a year and a half of Roundnet experience under her belt, she prides herself on her ability to learn quickly, and I think that's very clear, starting the sport so recently and having such a high level of success.
And I believe a no-hit zone violation called there on Austria. And now we'll jump over to court 2 for the conclusion of this second game, as it does seem to be nearing its end. Commanding 10-18 lead for Austria. It's Lisa to serve. Nice drop serve, but easily handled. And a very cheeky lefty put away. That was Kornek kind of stepping through it into the defense, but pulling it in front of her. Honestly, not entirely sure how to explain that well, but you saw it on your screen. That was very pretty looking. Teskey now, up 19-10. Great righty cut, but the set from Lisa is onto the net. So a defensive chance for the Austrians, and couldn't entirely tell what happened, but I believe that set was shorted by Teskey, and it ended up landing on the rim. Now some disagreement, and I believe Kornek's actually calling a hinder here on Lisa. It looked like she couldn't get to the hit, she couldn't dive, and so they will redo it.
Little cameo from Spikeball Chris there as he worked his way across the frame. Both the Austrian and the French crowds loving this action right now, but loving that, Henry, that's for sure.
Oh my gosh, Alina Teskey, righty cut. giving them 10 game points now to lock up this series in favor of Austria. That might be the widest serve we've seen so far in this whole bronze medal match. And she'll go lefty, going deeper into the bag. But alas, it goes underneath that front rim. And second serve flipping high. So now ball to Duport for the French. Austrians electing not to play through that.
They got a lot of time, no need to force anything.
Duport will just tap on this second serve, and the lefty hit from Kornek is great. And it gives Austria its first secured point of this squads match.
And a fantastic performance from Teskey and Kornek, who now step to the sidelines for the remainder of the World Championship. But man, what a week it's been for them, especially for Kornek. She's been playing with a torn muscle fiber in her right thigh. She fell down the stairs 4 weeks ago and has since been recovering, committed to playing with this Austrian women's team for Worlds, followed through on that promise, and performed and played out of her mind this week. She should be incredibly proud.
I can tell you, it did not look like she was playing through an injury just based on how well she was moving out there. Physical fortitude on full display. Now we jump over to the A net. It's Austria with a big 5-point lead. And a banger serve from Megan Laybourne. No touch acing Ines Payson.
Oh my word. Serve of the day just happened a moment ago, and now it was just one-upped. That was gorgeous.
Wow, Laybourne gonna try to keep it going now. Ready cut, it's another good one. The French will play it, and it looks like a whiffed hit from Natasha Auld. Means the ball gets off the net thanks to the set from Payson. A very confusing play, but the defense from Austria not quite there.
Yeah, borderline whiffed set and a whiffed hit. The set just rolled off the fingers of Payson, barely got that one to her partner. The hit as well left a little bit to be desired, but they got the job done.
And that hit from Donnie Cutlets into the rim, so it's a break for the French. But we'll jump over to the C net now, where we see the French with a close lead after they took game one. 12-13 now, Austria to serve. It's Orlandini stepping right. Ready cut just too high to be played by Revolt. Orlandini tap on the second serve. Revolt goes for a push flick off the hand of Orlandini, but not quite enough to get to her partner. So it's a hold for the French. And with that, we'll jump back to the A net, where much of this crowd is starting to circle around, including the French just left of your screen. If you hear anything, it's probably them.
Well, they know how important it is for this French team to take the win here, try to get this second game under their belt, give themselves at least a chance in fighting for this game 3. It'd be big for Payson and Ault to pull that off. It's an uphill climb against the world champions, but they are within reach.
We'll jump right back to the C net, because there was a stoppage in play on court A. There's also a brief stoppage in play here, but we'll get back to it. Roll to serve. It's time to Orlandini. Roll having some trouble balancing there on the 7-foot line, but she'll step left. Lefty cut underneath the net. It's a 14-12 lead. Sorry for that scoring error there on your screen. Oh, with a nice righty cut. Orlandini ups it well though. But the set, that time from Lehner, just too far off for Orlandini to handle, and she can't get it onto the net.
It's like setting has really made the difference here on these B and C nets. We've seen a couple of setting mistakes that have really opened the door for some opponents to get some defensive touches or even cause a couple of missed hits.
Back on the A net, just missed a nice push put away from Payson. But we'll get to watch her serve here. To Laybourne, she steps right, goes lefty reverse almost. But well handled by the Austrians. Payson laying out for the touch. not quite enough. Jonah, did that look like lefty reverse to you?
It looked a lot like a lefty reverse. It's possible that was more jammy, but it did have some spin to it. I did not know she had a lefty reverse in the bag, but that certainly looked like one.
I did not either. But from our angle, it certainly looked like a jump to the left.
Not a ton of movement, but enough to give Laybourne just a little bit of trouble.
Cutlet swing into the back lip. The French will play through it, though. And I believe that's an avoidable hinder there on Laybourne. As she tried to rotate around on defense, she just ran right into Alt while Alt was getting to her position to hit.
Yeah, don't even have to go to the observer on that one. Everyone agrees, avoidable hinder, point to the French.
Now it's Alt to serve. Righty jam, but Cutlet's opposite. Righty hit, that's lips up. And they'll call rim on Natasha Alt's hit. No disagreement from the French. Looked like Alt got a great body up. Payson with a no-look set over her head. Alt had a tough put on, couldn't quite get it there. That's characteristic for the French, though, to get to those balls that most wouldn't expect them to. Now Laybourne serving to Payson. Righty reverse, mishandled by Payson off the fingertips of her left hand. Great swing there from Laybourne.
But big news in for the Austrians. They took the win on court 4 in game 2, meaning that it's 2 points for Austria, none for France. One more victory for them would close this out.
Back to court 3 where the Austrians achieve a successful defensive break. Very quick play. But good reflexes for the Austrians. Means now they trail 14-17. Swing there from Lehner into the front rim. She'll step right this time. Tries to put on a safe serve on second, but it hits that back pocket and goes high. We're going to jump right back to the A net now.
All lies on this net right now. 6 points away for Austria, and they will take this bronze medal.
Payson goes for a drop into the front rim. Disappointed with that performance on the serving line. Now a 16-12 lead for Austria. Donnie Cutlets to serve. Cutlets starting in that wide stance. Fakes lefty, goes righty cut. Payson somehow there and slams the righty hit over the defense. Great hold for the French.
And this is that elevated level of play that the bronze medalists and the world champions are going to be bringing to the table, and we're seeing it all on display right now. A clash of the titans, and that point alone gave us a little bit of everything. A wide serve, an incredibly wide serve, but the receive from Payson, unreal.
Natasha Alt stepping right. First serve, wide cut. Gets called high by the Austrians as well as the observer, so it'll be second serve for Natasha Alt. Now she steps right. Righty jam. Not handled the best by Laybourne, and Cutlet set, not back to the net. So it's a clutch break for the French, and we'll go right back to the C net now as we see a body on one from the French. And a lefty swing, upped and put away. That's Martinez for the French. What a play, what a rally there on the C net. And that's especially clutch because it gives them 5 game points at 20-15. That first swing into the front rim. This is Rualt serving. That second serve also no good. That one lips high. So now it's should be, yep, ball to Lehner. 16-20. Ready swing into the front rim. Austria needs 4 breaks to force extras here. steps wide right. Goes for a righty put on. French will have to play it. And it's put away. And the French securing their first point of this squad matchup on the C-net. A great performance there from Walton Martinez.
At the end of the day, it does not matter. It comes down to whether or not the French can hold off the Austrians on this A-net. The world champions going toe-to-toe with the bronze medalists, and it is Alt and Payson who took home the bronze medal yesterday who need to take this game over Laybourne and Cutlets.
This is a close game too, 15-17. Payson will put on. Try to up the hit from Laybourne. Was that clean? The French not thinking so, but observer ruling clean. That hit was insane, Jonah, so low.
It's one of those hits that just boggles your mind. That just has to be the result of a perfect combination of timing, the right bounce.
The righty swing from Cutlets just high over the shoulders of Natasha Alt. An 18-15 lead here for Austria. Put on second serve. Natasha Alt, easy backhand put away for the French.
The French crowd doing whatever they can to will their team back into this fight.
16-18 now. Alt steps right. Goes righty jam. The Austrians will play it, and this hit is lipped. Great opportunity for the French. Alt's lefty shot, just a put on, so the Austrians have a great chance to hold, and they do. That shot from Laybourne well past the defense.
The power from Megan Laybourne on display, but it's these setting issues we've seen a couple of times in all of these matchups. I think the wind is playing a bit more of a factor than we think, Henry. We've seen a couple of sets shorted into the wind. That one, I think, overcompensated there by Alt. Tried to put it a little too far, a little too strong. Maybe no wind really a factor there, and as a result, easy touch for Austria.
Wow, what an adjustment from Payson on that hit after Alt's set was a little bit into her body. The quick footwork, able to bowl it into the body of Laybourne, successfully hold. So now it's 17-19. Payson serving, goes lefty cut. Laybourne is there. Her shot, a lefty push, perfectly placed, giving them 3 game points. 3 bronze medal points here in this third place game.
Our scoreboard not updated, but we were told 4th game went to Austria between those D and D pairs. So it is 1 more point, all that they need to secure.
It's Donnie Cutlets to do it. Her first righty swing into the front rim. We see Laybourne and Cutlets walking to get that ball together. Laybourne getting her partner in the right mindset. The gold medalist pairs from yesterday trying to snag another medal this weekend in Guildford. It's righty swing. Looks to be just high. No disagreement.
Close.
No disagreement from the Austrians, though, surprisingly. Definitely something they could have gone to our observer Connor Nelson on.
Yeah, I would at least turn to him. That one was right on the line.
Natasha Alt to keep them in it, 18-20. Alt to Cutlets. So it goes for a drop, but Cutlets is there. Now Cutlets, the righty hit, upped by Alt. She gets it on with the left, but Cutlets is there. Goes for a righty flick into the body of Alt. And that'll do it for the Austrians. Gold medalists yesterday, now bronze medalists in the squad division, saying au revoir to the French. Great performance all around. A deep squad the Austrians have. Great performance by them in this bronze medal match, Jonah.
And a great finish, the world champs delivering the victory that they were looking for. A big one against their rivals. Natasha Alt, Ines Payson, they had put up a fight, but it wasn't enough. Megan and Donnie doing a really good job to close that one out. Really impressive. The bronze medal goes their way. The final game just finishing up now as the crowd rushes across the field to greet what should be the victors from this Austrian team in these final few games.
Yeah, and that was a huge win on the A net there for the Austrians. Megan Laybourne and Donnie Cutlets, the gold medalist we've mentioned so many times, taking that victory over Poussin Dives, Natasha Alt, and Ines Payson. What did you see from the Austrians in that matchup that allowed them to take home the win over a great bronze medalist team in the French?
In those last few points, Henry, I think we saw just an indication of what had been carrying them through a long part of that match, right? Great serving, a lot of good pressure. And with the conditions, the swirling wind around here, with a couple more mistakes on that French side, the Austrians were able to stay consistent. Laybourne and Cutlass, they just made fewer mistakes. In combination with that serving pressure, they really didn't have to worry about much. They got out to the lead in that first game, they took it home. They got out to the lead in the second game, and they took it home. Really never giving the French a chance to bridge that gap, make some sort of comeback happen, and take the win as a result.
And Jonah, we've seen it so many times this week already in the squad format, but the importance that depth plays in a format like this where it's 5 teams playing, you're trying to get at least 3 points in each matchup. As we are able to take a look here actually at the, what I believe is the E net, net number 5. I don't believe this will determine the outcome of anything, but still, we'll get to watch some great round net here as the Austrians put that ball away after a nice diving set.
And we need to seek some clarification on this because it seems like both the other nets, looking from afar, are continuing to play. That may have just been the final celebratory point. No, they're going to continue to play. I think both nets are. We may have been misled about court 4 earlier and misinformed you. I know for a fact that one of these games has gone to game 3, but the other one, we are being told that Austria has won. And so we have not been misleading you, but they are just finishing these final few games out. Just to close it out, at Worlds, why not play a few extra points? When else do you get an opportunity like this?
Right, and it looks like some great vibes. Hard to tell from our camera angle that we're looking at right now, but this is a very big crowd. Both the French and the Austrian fans getting together to support both of these teams. And this is always a fun moment because it's a match that obviously won't determine the impact of the final standings. So that the fans can really kind of take a deep breath and they don't have to feel as nervous about the outcome of this game.
And you can enjoy the spectacle of it. You can really appreciate round net for what it is. You can look left, look right, see the crowd, see the moment you're in, and really savor it. Really take it in, because this is the final day of play for the majority of these teams. Tomorrow, it's the finals and the finals alone for the men's and women's squads. So on what has been an incredible week, an incredible 3 days of play so far, just taking these last few swings, taking it all in, and really experiencing global round net on this amazing scale that it is.
And the Austrians rejoice as they storm the court here, celebrating a bronze medal. What a sight to behold.
Look at that, tops around net as well. Our good friend on the mic, joining the Austrians in celebration. He's from Graz, Austria, so he is a part of the family as much as he is a part of ours. And he, of course, is, I think he called himself on one of the interviews yesterday, I think a proud mama duck of this team.
He's got a lot of homeland pride and never afraid to show it. He told us he cried last night, seeing all the European victories and seeing Megan Laybourne and Donnie Cutlet's tiramisu take home that gold medal for Austria in the women's division.
And we see the French fans not far off, also putting up quite a roar. It's been an incredible weekend for them as well. Not the victory they wanted, not the medal they wanted here in the squads division, but a bronze medal for Alt and Payson in the individual division, and an impressive performance by their men's squad as well. Really a good performance. I think a great showing from France overall. I think they should be proud of what they put up, and the results they had this weekend, but really it has been a hell of a weekend for Austria, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's been very fun to watch. I mean, this means a lot to these people, obviously, Jonah, and what it comes down to is when you are traveling for tournaments like this and you're practicing with partners and you're playing pickup with your local community, these people end up being the people that you spend more time with than maybe anyone else, unless, of course, you're married and live with people and live with a family. But outside that, these are the people you spend the most time with in your life. What do you think it means to these people to be able to achieve something like this on such a big stage with the people that mean the most to them?
Well, this has amazed me for the better part of the last 2 years, since the last World Championship, just hearing. I was there and I got to experience it, but from a different perspective, right? The perspective of a commentator, somebody there to observe and take part in the spectacle, but less so from the emotional investment standpoint, that emotion, that pride that comes with representing your country. Most of us here, right, we come from such a wide variety of backgrounds, looking through the different 400 different responses I got to the background survey I put out very early on, talking to so many people out here, over 600 athletes from 34 countries, so many different backgrounds, but almost all of which would have never have gotten an opportunity to wear your country's flag, to wear your colors, represent your nation, and go and compete like this. Such a unique opportunity that you're just never going to get anywhere else, that you're never going to have an opportunity like that somewhere else in your life, unless you're someone like Donnie Kotlitz, who is also world dodgeball champion. There are exceptions, but really, truly, it means so much. People have said that for years at the last World Championship, and now it's truly going to be something they remember forever. And, well, tonight's the after party, so I know people are going to be really soaking it all in.
Yeah, to cement yourself as a world-class athlete is one thing. To do it with your country's colors on your shirt, you know, it adds something that you really can't put into words. It's indescribable, really.
We can hear the chants, the songs from the French all the way across the field at the far end.
And this has been one of my favorite parts of the week is after pretty much every match that I've seen take place, both countries will get together after the match is over and they'll huddle up and they'll do each other's country's chants. I watched the United States men's take on it was the French men's in one of the earlier stages of bracket this morning. The U.S. men's won. It was 4-0, and then they ended it. And then both teams got together, and they sung a French chant together. And then immediately when it was done, the French team started chanting USA, USA.
Amazing.
So immediately after suffering a loss in bracket, I'm sure they're
sent home, basically.
Being sent home, heartbroken. They immediately start chanting for the team that just took them out.
Yeah. The same thing was happening yesterday. I didn't see the experience, the chants, but every time it's like a big team picture. Like I saw every country from every different walks of life. They're done with their match, a little picture on the net, then all 16 of them, in this case 20 for the men's, get on a net together, take a photo, just a beautiful sight. As you're just walking through, you can tell who's finishing their match by who is in the middle of a beautiful group photo. You see, like in so many cases, just like the crisscrossing of different colors, countries that, nations that are rivals in Roundnet, nations that are rivals outside of Roundnet. In the real world, it's just like so special to see this camaraderie, this global community, and just, it really is special.
It's so special.
You got to be here.
And
you really
unique.
do. You do.
And for us, it's different coming from, the North American scene where, compared to the European scene, definitely a bit more of a cutthroat atmosphere almost.
Sure.
When you lose, your day is done, and you're ticked off.
Right.
To put it
there
kindly.
are very few happy tears that are more actual tears of, I'm upset about this.
Right. I can't name you a single American player that would lose a game at a big tournament and then immediately start chanting for the other person.
And immediately just like big picture, photo op time, feeling good.
This
wouldn't
is awesome
happen.
Stuff. So it looks like we have Tops, who we just talked about, Thomas Scheid, our fellow commentator, on the field right now for an interview that I'll let him introduce, but I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun for him. I'll throw it right to him right now.
So we start off with the legend of Austria, the RCG Powerline, as we call them, Benny and Nelson over here. The boys did today also well, 6th place. And how did you feel?
I feel amazing. It's so many new people here, so many amazing games, so many close games. It was really like one of the best tournaments I ever played.
I definitely can agree with that, and for my voice is very if you're not noticing yet. No, I think also for our men's squad as well, it was very nice, and also to have like 2 more consolation games after we got beaten by Germany in quarters, to play against France, win there 3-2, very close, and then lose very close 3-2 against Italy. It was intense and very nice, but also so friendly and so together and so community. I loved it.
So you're planning on going to the after party or what?
I can. How loud can I scream yes in this microphone? Yes!
I think we hear it there. Benny, Nelson, thank you for this time. I'm gonna bring in the players and we're gonna meet for a gamer afterwards. Yes. So please stay close. Ines. Daria. Those 2 are part of the women's squad, and I'm very proud. They took the bronze medal home again. I know this is again a very emotional one for me, but we're gonna go through this. Yeah, how did you feel about your game?
I'm happy. We lost, me and my partner, but as a squad we won, and that's the cool thing about squad competition, that it doesn't matter your own result. It's a squad team and a squad win or a squad loss. So I'm really proud of all of us.
Ines, please, it's your turn now.
Well, I love all the French girls. They are so nice, and it was so amazing to play against them. And well, we won our game, and after that, the only thing I could think about was running to the other pitches and just cheer for our team. And I love the spirit in our team. It's crazy.
I love also the spirit in our team, and I also gotta say the French team out there supporting with so many people. It's not only fun to watch the games, but they also support. We are here to support. We all support together, and it's just such a great vibe over here. And to end this interview, I want to go with our chant just to close this down. And we go.
One more thing, because we're very emotional right now, and I think it's so nice because we just watched our women's squads. Like the men's squad watched the women's squad, we were cheering for them, and it's so emotional that they got the 3rd place. It's so nice. I'm so happy, just like because we're such a big team, big squad. We spent the whole week together, and it's just amazing what this sport can do in that kind of a way.
Beautiful said. All right, Benny, you give it the tag.
The start?
Yes.
Okay.
You can do it.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
G-A-M-M-A!
And with that being said, I think I'm gonna switch over to Jonah and Henry. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Tops.
That was amazing.
That was a lot of fun. What a spectacle that was. I mean, it's one of the more popular chants you hear out here. You know, anytime an Austrian player does something well, there's a very good chance you're going to hear that chant. And it's a fun one. We're trying to get an update on the bronze medal match from the men's side. No update, nothing on the Fuego page for us to look at. If anyone tells us anything in our ears, we'll let you know. But for now, just keep checking that Fuego page. A lot of fun in this bronze medal match. A lot of fun all day. We got to watch a great semis match. U.S. and Germany taking each other on. U.S. clinching their finals berth there. That'll take place tomorrow. So the schedule for tomorrow, what it's going to look like, starting in the morning, we'll have the women's finals. It's going to be 2 matches go out. And once they are completed, the other 3 will go out. So we'll be bringing you coverage for all 5 nets for the women's final, and then the same exact thing immediately following that for the men's final. 2 nets out once they are completed, 3 nets out right after that. And then once we have all of our gold medalists and silver medalists decided, we'll have our closing ceremony to finish the day. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have that on the broadcast. You won't want to miss that, without a doubt. Jonah, any closing thoughts for us?
Nah, man, you wrapped us up nicely. I'm excited for tomorrow's going to be great. You and I are both going to lose our voices, and it's going to be incredible. We're going to be standing up maybe the whole time. And, yeah, the closing ceremony is going to be really special. There's going to be a lot of celebration. There's going to be a lot of tears. People do not want to leave. It's kind of like you are transported to another world free from time, free from other responsibilities for these 4 days. I know some people are here, at least from the U.S. School has started for some people, and I think Kathleen Fan on the U.S. side of things, yeah, school has started, but she is here instead for the first week of school.
This is more important.
This is more important.
For sure.
And for so many people taking off work, taking time out of their lives to do this, yes. Incredible, amazing. But we still have tomorrow. We still have our finals, which are going to be amazing. U.S. and Canada on the men's side, and U.S. and Germany on the women's side.
Yeah, if you thought this week has been fun so far, tomorrow is the culmination of the last 2 years. Tomorrow is what all of these players are really striving for, that squad championship, the squad gold medal. That's why they come here. You can ask any of the players. Yeah, the individual medals are great. They're fantastic. They worked very hard to earn those. The squad medals are the most coveted title here at the Roundnet World Championship.
In the world.
Man, I am so excited. We're gonna have to close things off before I start freaking out too
now
much.
You're gonna cry with tops. We're all gonna be in tears.
But anyways, thanks for tuning in today. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Again, I'm Henry Pillade alongside Jonas Willinger. It'll be us again in the booth with you tomorrow. We are stoked. We hope you are too. You should be too. And yeah, we'll see you then.
Keep bringing that energy, bring that intensity, and we look forward to fighting with you guys. And we'll see you again in a couple years. Let's do this thing.
Welcome to Round Rock Tech.